Chapter 3560. The Battle of Moon City had come to an end, but the uproar it caused was just the beginning. The news reached the 10 great divine cities in the shortest time possible. Everyone was shocked. Even the craziest person would not have thought that the situation would turn out like this. With the Fortune God Dynasty's strength and the Fortune Universe map, it was only a matter of time before they conquered the Moon City. Then there was the question of how many losses they had suffered. Even the craziest person, regardless of how dissatisfied the Fortune Divine Dynasty was with the 10 great divine cities experts, guessed that they were only 1/10 as strong as the Fortune Divine Dynasty. Yet this was already a heaven-defying feat. Only the ancient era's moon cities experts could achieve such a feat, however, that was only a guess. Although the ancient era and the Fortune God Dynasty had an irreconcilable grudge, there were many other eras that were also part of the ancient era. If the ancient era and the Fortune God Dynasty fought to the death, it would only benefit others. But when the battle reports of heavy losses came from the front line, everyone was dumbfounded. The 10 divine cities' armies were also among these losses, although they were much better off than the last time when almost every family was in mourning. After suffering the first heavy blow, they had suffered another heavy loss. This undoubtedly put the 10 divine cities under great pressure. At first, no one dared to believe it. This was completely outside of everyone's expectations. But soon, more detailed battle reports arrived. It turned out that the demonic path epoch had buried an array formation in Moon City. After it self-detonated, the army that had set off this time had lost a third of its forces. This number was even higher than the number of experts that the 10 divine cities had lost in the past 100 million years of the origin battlefield combined. Being attacked by the Devil era twice in a row and suffering such heavy losses, many people from the 10 divine cities were filled with righteous indignation. They were riled up and swore to teach the Devil era a lesson. Although the Fortune God Dynasty didn't have the upper hand when facing the ancient era, that was only when facing the entire ancient era. If they faced any one of the ancient era alone, the Fortune God Dynasty would have an overwhelming advantage. Facing any ancient era, the Fortune God Dynasty had the ability to destroy them. Under such circumstances, the fact that the 2 expeditions had suffered heavy losses did not make them afraid. On the contrary, it made them extremely furious. The fall of Moon City had a lot to do with the demonic epoch. Most of the living creatures in Moon City were massacred after the fall. There was a blood feud between the 2 sides. The Fortune Divine Dynasty had never suffered such a huge loss since the establishment of the 10 great divine cities' defensive line. It had always been the ancient era's armies that were badly battered by the 10 divine cities' defensive line. The Fortune Divine Dynasty only needed to pay a small price to block the ancient era's armies, making it difficult for them to advance. This was also the reason why the Fortune Divine Dynasty could easily block the ancient era's armies. Without this defensive line, the ancient era's armies could easily break through any of the defensive lines. But no matter how the lower levels clamored, the upper levels of the 10 divine cities remained silent. The demonic epoch wasn't easy to deal with. Even a middle heavenly venerable with the Fortune Universe map couldn't occupy a piece of land. It wasn't impossible to forcefully uproot the demonic epoch, but the price they had to pay was too high. Most importantly, after a series of events, the Fortune Divine Dynasty's strength had suffered heavy losses. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to suppress the Fortune world anymore. The Fortune Divine Dynasty was invincible in the world. It didn't rely on the Fortune Heavenly Monarch's prestige or the Fortune Heavenly Monarch's prestige. It relied on overwhelming superiority. Now, after suffering heavy losses, their superiority was no longer so obvious. Although there were many conflicts between the 10 great divine cities and the Fortune Divine Dynasty's central government, and they were at loggerheads with each other for a long time, in the end, the 10 great divine cities and the Fortune Divine Dynasty's central government were 2 sides of the same coin, sharing the same common interests. The disputes between the 10 great divine cities and the Fortune Divine Dynasty's central government were merely a matter of who had more benefits. If the Fortune Divine Dynasty fell into a crisis, they wouldn't be any better. Troubled times, ah. Within Heaven City a sigh was heard. The other divine city, lords also sighed. They were bound to experience a reign of terror in the coming days. The outer regions would also stir. They had never given up on the idea of regaining control of the fortune world. At this time, although everyone had expected that there would be no peace after this, the speed of the sudden change was still too fast. Although the battle report of the Battle of Moon City had been sealed, it soon reached the Fortune Divine Dynasty. Once this news spread, it immediately caused an uproar in the entire fortune world. From the Fortune Divine Dynasty central region, it instantly spread to the east, south, west, and west regions. Normally, it would be easy for the Fortune Divine Dynasty to suppress this kind of news, but for some unknown reason, the news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Fortune Divine Dynasty and even to the outer worlds. Almost overnight, everyone knew that the Fortune Divine Dynasty had suffered heavy losses in the crusade against the Moon City. Unlike the 10 divine cities, because they were closer to the battlefield, they were able to obtain accurate information. They also knew that only 1/3 of the Fortune Divine Dynasty's forces had been lost. Although it was indeed a huge loss and a huge blow to the Fortune Divine Dynasty, it was not a calamity. However, when this news spread throughout the fortune world, it completely changed. The news of the Fortune Divine Dynasty's army being annihilated had already spread like wildfire. If it was an ordinary incident, it might not be a big deal, but the annihilation of the entire army was too terrifying. This time, the Fortune Divine Dynasty had brought a lot of elites with them, more than half of their forces. If the entire army was annihilated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Overnight, the entire Fortune Divine Dynasty fell into a sea of rumors. Many people fell into a state of panic and unease. Although the Fortune Divine Dynasty was unavoidable, it was controlled within a certain range. For the Fortune Divine Dynasty's central government, these people's battles were like raising venomous insects. Only through continuous battles, the one who stood out could not only become the king of venomous insects, but could also ascend to become a dragon. If the entire world was like a pool of stagnant water, then the world would soon be finished. If it was just a rumor, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the situation had changed too quickly. In a single night, the news spread out. Armies from all directions had gathered to attack the Fortune God Dynasty. In an instant, the world was plunged into the flames of war. This was a true disaster. Countless sects were attacked, and numerous large tribes were annihilated in a single night. Countless prefectures and counties were plunged into the flames of war. Numerous foreign domains forces swept through the Fortune Divine Dynasty's defensive line like a fish leaping into the Fortune Divine Dynasty's territory. At this time, the Fortune Divine Dynasty's defensive line was like a piece of paper, easily broken through. Although most of the experts were taken away by the Middle Heavenly Venerables, one could imagine the terror of this wave of foreign invaders. Compared to this, the previous operation to besiege the Fortune Divine capital was nothing more than a joke. The Fortune Divine Dynasty occupied the fortune world's spiritual energy and was the most prosperous place. It had always been the target of many foreign imperial families, and now they were attacking the Fortune Divine capital unscrupulously. Endless killing, plundering, and the flames of war broke out in the Fortune Divine Dynasty's territory. Facing such a situation, countless Fortune Divine Dynasty's cultivators, and various tribes stepped forward bravely to fight against these foreign invaders. Although the Middle Heavenly Venerables had taken away a large number of experts, it didn't mean that the Fortune Divine Dynasty's territory could not withstand a single blow. After all, the Fortune Divine Dynasty didn't have the means to control all of its forces. All kinds of large sects and powerful tribes rose up to resist, because this wasn't the time to fight for benefits. They could still have a backup plan, but it was for survival. In the face of death, fighting for benefits was a joke. There was nothing more important than this. Above the eastern region's land, countless cracks appeared in the sky. Endless armies and iron hooves galloped towards the Fortune Divine Dynasty's territory. Although the Fortune Divine Dynasty's large sects and families rose up to resist, in the face of this level of war, they had no way to resist. One by one, they were breached. At this time, the Fortune Divine Dynasty's role was highlighted. Without the Fortune Divine Dynasty as its core, the entire Fortune Divine Dynasty strength was like a plate of loose sand, unable to withstand a single blow and unable to stop the foreign invaders. Originally, in the Fortune Divine Dynasty, large sects and families with emperors could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. Under normal circumstances, emperors were already extreme Tao masters, and they were very difficult to kill. These sects and clans usually had a history of tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. It was very normal. Even in the Fortune Divine Dynasty's internal strife, he could be as steady as Mount Tai. Although he was not as powerful as those superforces and superforces with Empyreans overseeing them, he could directly reach the heavens and communicate with the Fortune Divine Dynasty's higher echelons. But it was enough. However, these behemoths that had stood tall in the Fortune Divine Dynasty's various domains for hundreds of millions of years, instilling fear in countless people, had fallen in a matter of seconds. Even if this world-ending war alarmed the old antiques and ancestors of the sects and families, facing the foreign invaders that came with world-destroying momentum, they couldn't stop them. Even the Imperial Emperor Realm Patriarchs would be instantly grabbed by a large hand that appeared out of nowhere and crushed to pieces as soon as they flew up. In the foreign domains, Heavenly Venerables followed the army into battle. Chapter 3561. In fact, with such a large-scale expedition, countless foreign imperial families had to follow suit. Apart from Heavenly Venerables, who else had the power to make foreign imperial families submit to them? In recent years, the foreign domains had rarely been able to pose a fatal threat to the Fortune Divine Dynasty. It was not because they were chased out of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, but because they were like a plate of loose sand, fighting and killing each other. They did not have a strong core like the Fortune Divine Dynasty to lead them into battle. And now they seem to have found such a core. In one night, foreign imperial families from all directions attacked at the same time. This kind of tacit understanding meant that there was a powerful figure behind all this. Although they were caught off guard, the Fortune God Dynasty's higher echelons could see through it. In the past, foreign imperial families were hostile to each other, and it was rare for them to attack at the same time. If there wasn't a huge benefit involved, it would be impossible. But now, it didn't look like there was a huge benefit involved, because it wasn't easy to invade the Fortune God Dynasty. Who knew how many foreign imperial families would collapse and be exterminated? No one would be so stupid as to become cannon fodder for others. But this situation still happened. One could imagine what kind of force was driving this from behind. Everyone seemed to see a giant hand covering the sky, blocking the entire Fortune God Dynasty's airspace. The entire Fortune God Dynasty's territory was in shambles. Many of the human prefectures were in a state of panic. Many rumors spread throughout the prefectures in one night about the annihilation of the Fortune God Dynasty's army. Originally, the matters of the Fortune God Dynasty's higher echelons were too far away from them. But this time, the Fortune God Dynasty's army consisted of millions of human race elites. Most importantly, the human race's spiritual leader, as well as their de facto protector, Yishuin, was also tagging along with the Fortune God Dynasty's army. Compared to the annihilation of millions of elites, what was more terrifying was Yishuin's death. The human race could be said to be like the sun in the sky, extremely powerful. In the entire eastern region, they were one of the most powerful races, and it was all thanks to Yishuin's existence that they were able to obtain such a status. With his strength alone, he suppressed all those who disobeyed him. No one dared to act against the human race under his watch. As long as Yishuin was around, Even if the human race was on the verge of extinction, they could still develop again. This was the most crucial point. All the higher-ups of the human race knew that the current situation of the human race seemed to be flourishing, but in reality it was like adding oil to a raging fire. If they were not careful, they could all be destroyed. The foundation of the human race was too weak. The only thing worthy of praise was the existence of revered martial artist Yi Shiwen. Therefore, when this news came, the entire human race was in a panic. No one could bear the consequences. Many rumors began to circulate in secret. In this situation, even the higher-ups of the human race could do nothing about it. To put it bluntly, the human race had yet to develop the boldness and confidence of a truly powerful race. A willpower that would not change its expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of it. It would have been fine if it was under normal circumstances. But in the face of this monstrous wave that could drown the entire Fortune Divine Dynasty, he started to panic. Not to mention others, even the higher echelons of the human race were panicking because they didn't know the exact situation of the epic battlefield. The epic battlefield was too far away, and the confidence and intelligence of the human race didn't extend to that extent. At this time, they could only wait for the final news to arrive. Compared to the intelligence and news of the epic battlefield, which they didn't know the exact situation, the current predicament of the eastern region was the biggest problem. With the strength of the human race, they naturally couldn't take care of the situation of the other regions. Just the situation of the eastern region alone was enough to cause the entire eastern region to be in a state of panic. The Foreign Forces Army had arrived too quickly in the Stormy Sea region. The entire Stormy Sea region was the Foreign Forces territory. Therefore, even the Fortune Divine Dynasty's intelligence department did not notice the mobilization of the foreign forces in the Stormy Sea region. Once the Stormy Sea region's creatures were dispatched, they swept through the entire coast of the Stormy Sea region as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Storm City, which had once been like a boulder guarding the Stormy Sea region, was also pacified overnight. The Stormy Sea region, which had been besieged countless times, couldn't even stop the foreign army for a moment in this wave of frenzy. As the army swept through, the sects and powerful tribes stationed along the coast fell one after another. This news flowed towards the human race's headquarters, Mount Buzhou, like a tidal wave. News of the uprooted large sects and sects would arrive almost every day or two. No one knew how long these large sects had existed for, but they were destroyed, just like that. The terrifying speed of the advance shocked the entire human race. The human race was located in the central region of the eastern region, so the foreign army couldn't kill their way to the human race's headquarters in a short time. However, at this speed, it was only a matter of time before they reached the human race's 11 prefectures. The current foundation of the human race was naturally much stronger than those large sects and powerful tribes. However, according to the strength of the foreign army, the human race wasn't much better. The entire eastern region was immersed in an atmosphere of anxiety. According to the information obtained, no one could stop the advance of the foreign army. Either they surrendered to the foreign army, or they were destroyed under the iron hooves of the foreign army. There was no other possibility. At this time, the real leader of the human race was none other than Feng Shi. Among the human race, the people who were originally qualified to make decisions had already left with Yi Shiwen. Bian Xiaoyu was Yi Shiwen's direct disciple, although her cultivation wasn't top-notch, but she had the right to make decisions for the human race. Next was the human emperor. This was the nominal leader of the human race. After Yi Shiwen became a heavenly master, he didn't deprive the human emperor of his position. Naturally, he was the leader of the human race. Next was the strongest, the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. At the same time, everyone knew that the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had a special relationship with Yi Shiwen. These three people were the emperor kings with the highest status in the human race. However, they weren't here now. Next to them was Feng Shi, one of the oldest emperor kings of the human race. He had gone through fire and water for the human race. No one knew how many disasters and tribulations he had endured. He had an extremely high prestige in the human race. Under such great changes, Finishur and the other emperor kings of the human race were anxious. More than 20 emperor kings had gathered here. Finishur sat in the seat of honor and glanced around. Among these emperor kings, there were only 3 of them, including him. The others were from different clans and sections. Basically, they were from the big clans and sects that lived in the 11 provinces. Although the human race ruled the 11 provinces, they didn't exterminate the other clans and sections. Therefore, many experts from other clans and sects came to join the human race. Normally, this didn't seem like a big deal. As long as Yi Shiwen was here, the other clans and sects wouldn't have a chance to overturn the heavens. But now it seemed that there was some pressure. The proportion of the human race was too small. Even for him, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in the past 10,000 years. With Yi Shiwen's lectures from time to time, he had only broken through to the 7th realm. This was thanks to his many years of cultivation foundation. Even so, such a cultivation base couldn't suppress everyone among these emperor kings. He could only be regarded as one of the best. There were several emperor kings from other clans who were on par with him. After all, the human race's foundation was too weak. Fortunately, the prestige that Yi Shiwen had established in the last 10,000 years was still present. Even when there were rumors that the Fortune Divine Dynasty's army had been annihilated and Yi Shiwen had fallen in the battle, no one dared to provoke him. After all, this was just a rumor. There was no proof. Everyone, let's talk about the recent situation. Finishur said, "Fellow Taoist Finishur, this is a disaster for the entire eastern region. But to us, it might not be a bad thing." At this time, a foreign emperor said, "Although Mount Tai is pressing down on us, there are also many experts from other clans who have nowhere else to go. They have entered the 11 prefectures, seeking our protection. If we can recruit these experts, even if we can only recruit 1/10 of them, it will be enough for our 11 prefectures to develop by leaps and bounds." Finishur nodded. These foreign emperor kings thought differently from a human emperor like him. In Finishur's heart, the human race was the true master of the 11 prefectures. However, these foreign emperor kings were also thinking for the sake of the 11 prefectures. With the support of the human race, they could avoid the danger of destruction. The stronger the human race was, the more benefits they could get. And everyone, pay attention to this. As long as the experts from other clans are willing to submit to our 11 prefectures, we will take them in. But be careful. Don't let anyone with bad intentions sneak in. Finishur said, "N." The other emperor kings nodded. Also, everyone should be aware of the recent situation. There are rumors that Honorable Wu Zun has fallen. Now, I can tell you that these are all nonsense. I called you here to ask you to order a thorough investigation. Whoever spread these rumors, kill them. I'd rather kill 1,000 people than let a single one go. I'll make it clear that there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Don't say that I didn't warn you. When the matter really happens, don't say that I don't appreciate your kindness." Finishur swept his gaze over the crowd and said, at this time, he didn't know whether Yi Shiwen was still alive or not. But no matter what, he had to deny all unfavorable news. Otherwise, the human race would fall apart in front of him. Chapter 3562. All the sovereign emperors had solemn expressions as well. No matter what they were thinking, they were all thinking the same thing when it came to stabilizing the current situation. Clearly, it was not beneficial for them to cause a ruckus at this time. If they caused any internal strife at this time, they would collapse before they even faced the foreign army. Finishur glanced at the emperors and felt a headache coming on. During this period of time, the 11 prefectures were full of rumors that couldn't be stopped. This situation was inseparable from the people in front of him. Even if they didn't add fuel to the fire, they probably acquiesced in it. Everyone wanted to know if the pillar of the 11 prefectures, Wu Zun, had fallen or not. This was probably a means to force him to abdicate. But for now, the situation could still be suppressed. No accurate news came, which was the best news. Moreover, he didn't believe that the Fortune God dynasty's army would be completely annihilated. He didn't have an accurate understanding of the epic battlefield, but he had enough understanding of the Fortune God dynasty's army. Yi Shiwen led 3 human race emperors and 1 million elites to the epic battlefield. However, such a scale was quite inconspicuous in the Fortune God dynasty's army. It was far inferior to the lineup led by Middle Heavenly Masters and other top Heavenly Masters. Such a scale could easily destroy the human race 10,000 times over. How could it be completely annihilated? Moreover, he increasingly felt that the reason why this rumor had spread so quickly was probably related to the invasion of the Outland Realms army. The foreign army's joint attack was unprecedented in scale. It was absolutely impossible for it to be a last-minute plan. They must have been preparing for a long time. They just wanted to take advantage of the fact that most of the Fortune God dynasty's elite troops weren't here. How long had it been? 1/3 of the eastern region had already fallen. Even the 11 prefectures in the central part of the eastern region could feel the sharp hooves of the foreign army's iron hooves. It was suffocating. Even if the Fortune God dynasty had lost most of its elite troops, it shouldn't be so weak. Most importantly, there was no one who could stand up and take charge of the situation. All the sects and clans were fighting for themselves. How could they resist the foreign army's thunderous attack? Now that the Eastern Heavenly Venerate wasn't around, the only faction in the entire Eastern region that had the qualifications and ability to lead the masses was probably the Heavenly Tao sect. However, there had been no news from the Heavenly Path sect. The legendary Heavenly Path sect leader had not appeared either. He seemed to be watching everything coldly. Without super sects and super powerful clans like the Heavenly Taoism taking action, the others would not have such prestige at all. The Silver Moon clan's prestige and strength were second only to the Heavenly Tao sect, but they didn't appear either. The Silver Moon clan's patriarch, Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon, had followed the Eastern Heavenly Venerate to the epic battlefield. She had also mobilized a considerable portion of the Silver Moon clan's elites. Right now, it seemed like they could only protect themselves. Fengyi family didn't know what was going on in the other areas, but the battle in the east area was indeed strange and mysterious. He couldn't see through it, and the situation was like a fog. Both the Heavenly Tao sect and the Silver Moon clan were protecting themselves. They didn't want to stand out and organize an allied force to fight against the allied forces of the other regions. Therefore, many people looked at the human clan, because the human clan was the 3rd behemoth in the eastern region that had a Heavenly Venerate. They controlled 11 prefectures, second only to the Heavenly Tao sect and the Silver Moon clan. Under normal circumstances, no one would put the human clan's foundation and strength on the same level as the Heavenly Tao sect and the Silver Moon clan. However, in this critical situation, all of this was unavoidable. Fengyi family, who was temporarily in charge of the overall situation of the human clan, had already received messages from many large clans and sects, trying to find out the human clan's intentions in this regard. No matter how despicable they were, no matter how wrong they were, they had to do their best to unite at this time. Only then could they survive. No matter how much they denied the status of the human clan, they needed a force to stand up for them now. Apart from this matter, the most important thing is that the various clans and sects have placed their hopes on the human clan. They hope that the human clan will come forward and organize an allied force to fight against the allied forces of the other regions. What do you think? Fengyi glanced at the crowd and said, in recent years, under the influence of Yi Shiwen, Fengyi had also changed his habit of wearing animal skins. Now he only wore a noble imperial robe, which gave him endless majesty. Many people were not surprised when they heard this. Although they weren't in charge of the 11 prefectures, some people still passed the message to them. Many of them were peak sovereign emperors who were usually aloof. At this time, they spoke to them in a pleasant manner, without the slightest bit of arrogance. They were very clear that this was because the 11 prefectures were their backing. No matter how weak the foundation of the 11 prefectures was, it was still much stronger than those ordinary large clans and sects. The so-called weak and insufficient was relative to the Heavenly Dao sect and the Silver Moon clan, which had occupied the eastern region for countless years. Although there were no peak sovereign emperors in the human clan at this time, the title of revered martial artist was enough to make those who wanted to provoke give up. However, after hearing Fengyi family's official statement, many people's expressions changed suddenly. Fellow Daoist Fengyi family, at this time the allied forces of the other regions are in full swing. Wherever the iron hooves pass, not even a blade of grass is left. Even the Heavenly Dao sect and the Silver Moon clan have to avoid such a sharp edge. If our 11 prefectures come forward to organize the allied forces at this time, won't we be at the heart of the struggle? I'm afraid that the allied forces of the other regions will come to our 11 prefectures in the next moment. A foreign sovereign emperor said. This also represented the opinion of a considerable number of sovereign emperors. They shuddered at the thought of the rolling iron hooves of the allied forces of the other regions. Although they were sovereign emperors, it was precisely because of this that they could obtain a lot of information that ordinary people didn't know. Naturally, they were very clear about how terrifying the allied forces of the other regions were. Now, everyone was afraid to avoid them. They could only hope that the allied forces of the other regions would not target them. I don't agree with this view. If we don't come forward to organize the allied forces, won't the allied forces of the other regions wipe us out? Don't forget that the allied forces of the other regions have already captured 1/3 of the eastern region. It's only a matter of time before they reach us. If we come forward to organize the allied forces, we can still rely on the strength of the allied forces to protect ourselves. This is the best way to protect ourselves. But almost immediately, a human sovereign emperor spoke up. This was a human sovereign who had just become a human sovereign. Why were the foreign domains allied forces not a match for our fortune divine dynasty before? Because they were scattered like a sheet of loose sand. On the other hand, why was the entire defensive line of our fortune divine dynasty so vulnerable during this period of time? Isn't it because we fought separately and were defeated one by one? Therefore, I think that if we want to protect ourselves, we should organize the allied forces and use the strength of the allied forces to contend against the allied forces of the other regions. This is the best way to protect ourselves. This was the intention of another faction. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of the iron hooves of the allied forces of the other regions. These sovereign emperors had fought with the foreign domains imperial families many times, and naturally understood the terror and brutality of those foreign domains imperial families. Compared to them, these foreign domains imperial families were fighting almost all the time. Those who could survive were the best of the best. But the more it was so, the more likely it was that relying on the strength of the 11 prefectures to resist the allied forces of the other regions, Stormy Sea region. Only by relying on the strength of everyone could they resist. This human sovereign's words also caused the other sovereign emperors to fall silent, especially many of them who were tempted. If they could avoid fighting, it would naturally be the best. If they faced the allied forces of the other regions alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the current situation was not up to them at all. The allied forces of the other regions' forces had already reached a place not far from the 11 prefectures. Sooner or later, they would sweep over, and it was just a matter of a few days. Under such circumstances, why didn't they organize the allied forces to protect themselves? Could it be that they had to be like many big clans and sects, surrendering to the vanguard of the allied forces of the other regions to protect their own orthodoxy? This was simply a great shame, and the allied forces of the other regions would not be so polite to these people who surrendered. They would directly use them as the vanguard to attack other big clans and sects who were unwilling to surrender. So they didn't have many choices. They could either be wiped out by the allied forces of the other regions, or be driven by the allied forces of the other regions to fight and die. Okay, both of you have a point. Now, raise your hands to vote. Phoenicia glanced at the crowd and said, "Those who agree to organize the Allied forces, raise your hands." His control was still too weak, and he didn't have the advantage in terms of strength. If Yi Shiwen was present, he could immediately make the decision. The Sacred Heart dictated everything, and he didn't need to say anything to them. Yi Shiwen made the decision, and they only needed to obey. In the past, when Yi Shiwen was here, he didn't care about big things, so he didn't feel any inconvenience. But now that Yi Shiwen was not here, he realized how big the difference was between having such a stabilizing force and not having such a stabilizing force. The emperors looked at each other, but in an instant they had already figured out the pros and cons and raised their hands one after another. There were only a few who were unwilling. The others weren't stupid. It seemed that if they didn't organize the Allied forces at this time, they wouldn't become the target of the Allied forces of the other regions. But once the Allied forces swept their eyes over, they would be dead. Since that was the case, it was better to fight to the death. Well, since most of you agree to organize the Allied forces, then listen to my orders. After everyone goes back, mobilize the armies of your clans and sects and wait for orders at any time. The armies of the 11 regions must also be mobilized. As for the letters to the other sects and big clans, I will personally send them. Phoenicia said, "In this battle, everyone must work together. If we fail, I think you all know the consequences." Chapter 3563. All the emperors nodded in agreement. In this situation, they all knew what the consequences would be if they failed. The Allied forces would sweep through the 11 prefectures, and they wouldn't be able to escape. However, on the other hand, if they succeeded, it would only be a matter of time before the prestige of the 11 prefectures, led by the human race, skyrocketed. By then, even if their foundation wasn't strong enough, they would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Heavenly Tao and the Silver Moon clan. After all, the Heavenly Taoism pretended to be deaf and mute, and the Silver Moon clan only cared about self-preservation. If the human clan stood up for the great sects and clans, they would win endless prestige. All the great sects and clans in the Eastern Domain would owe them a favor. In this case, the foundation of the human clan and the 11 prefectures would be stable and deeply rooted. But if they failed, all of this would be for naught, and they would all die. None of them would be able to escape. Besides, the Eastern Domain had already fallen into the flames of war. Even if they wanted to escape, where could they go? Plus, they all had the support of the great sects and clans, so they couldn't escape at all. Following Fengyi's order, everyone began to move. Some mobilized the army, some mobilized the logistics. The 11 prefectures were like a sophisticated military machine, rumbling and running. Unlike before, when they were still observing and only mobilizing a portion of their forces, this time, the human race completely mobilized all of their forces. This was because everyone knew very well that once the human race formed an allied army, they would definitely become a thorn in the side of the allied army. It was absolutely impossible for them not to fight. Fengyi's personally written invitations were also sent to the leaders and patriarchs of the great sects and clans in the remaining 2/3 of the Eastern Domain in a short period of time. For a moment, the entire Eastern Domain was in an uproar. After such a long time, when half of the Eastern Domain had fallen, someone finally stood up. Originally, the rightful ruler of the Eastern Domain, the Eastern Celestial Sovereign Manor, had been completely silent. But now the human clan was not afraid of hardships and dangers. They called for the heroes of the world to gather in Mount Buzhou and form the core defense line to resist the attack of the Allied forces. This call attracted the support of many large clans and sects, especially those facing the front lines. Without the Allied army, they would have to face the Allied army alone, and they wouldn't have any chance of survival. The large clans and sects in the eastern region and near the central region also responded. No one wanted the flames of war to spread to their own territories. Under such circumstances, even the Heavenly Taoism, which had the Grand Master of the Heavenly Master Realm, could not say that it was absolutely safe, let alone the heavenly Taoists. Therefore, it was almost inevitable that they would unite. However, in the face of this call, neither the heavenly Taoism nor the Silver Moon clan responded. It was as if they had completely ignored the call of the human clan. Not only them, but even their vassal clans and sects did not respond at all. They had no intention of listening to the call of the human clan. Even so, the human race still received many calls. Over 100 great sects and clans responded to the call, wanting to join the Allied army and fight to the death against the foreign Allied army. For a time, all the outstanding heroes gathered, and the wind and clouds of the eastern region gathered for the human clan. Finally, all eyes fell on the human clan. After Yi Shiwen's attainment, the human clan once again became the focus of everyone's attention. They were in the teeth of the storm, and similarly became the target of public criticism. The undercurrents of the entire eastern region rushed towards the human clan and towards Mount Buzhou. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen had left a very powerful enchantment in Mount Buzhou. No emperor could act presumptuously on Mount Buzhou. Otherwise, they would be courting death. This was also the unique heritage of the super sects and super powerful clans. Without a Grand Master of the Heavenly Master Realm, it was impossible to arrange such a contingency. Day after day, more and more experts gathered on Buzhou Mountain. The leaders and leaders of the great sects and clans were all here. Ordinary people didn't need to do anything, but these imperial emperors needed to be personally received by Fengyi clan. In just a short period of time, the entire Buzhou Mountain was bustling with activities to receive these top-notch experts from outside. Many of these experts wanted to go to the Divine Palace to have a look. After all, it was the place where the legendary Marshal Revered had established the Taoist rite. However, Fengyi clan refused. He could not make the decision for Yi Shiwen. It was impossible for him to even think about it. Seeing Fengyi clan's firm attitude, these people finally left in embarrassment. However, the entire Allied army was still in full swing. More and more troops were mobilized, ready to go to the front line to resist the invasion of the foreign Allied army. For a time, the human race seemed to be able to mobilize the power of the entire eastern region, becoming the center of the eastern region. At this time of panic, what was needed was such a pillar. No matter how high and mighty one was normally, at this time, if one did not have the courage to stand up, he would not be qualified to lead the masses. These days, the elites of the human race on Buzhou Mountain had finally witnessed what it meant by as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. Those emperors, whom they could not normally see, appeared in front of them one after another like dumplings being thrown into a pot. Experts of the quasi-emperor level also appeared in batches. These were the elites of the various large clans and sections. Naturally, they had to bring their elites to this battle. Otherwise, how could they resist the menacing coalition forces of the foreign domains? This time, the foreign Allied army was clearly planning to destroy the Fortune God dynasty. The self-preservation methods that they had in the past could not be used at this time. Otherwise, they would be the next ones to die. For a time, it created an unprecedentedly grand scene. Even when Yi Shiwen achieved the Tao, there was definitely not such a grand scene of so many emperors coming to Mount Buzhou at the same time. Just as the human race was doing their best to organize the Allied army to resist the foreign Allied army, the Fortune God dynasty's Allied army on the battlefield finally received the news. They immediately organized a meeting, and all the heavenly masters who were extinguishing the remnant energy in Moon City also gathered. When they received this news, none of the heavenly venerables believed it. What kind of joke was this? No matter how weak the Fortune Divine Dynasty's forces were, it was more than enough to suppress the foreign lands. If the homeland was not stable, how could they dare to come here? However, judging from the situation they had now, the Outland Alliance army was simply invincible. There was not a single person who could stop them. Without them, the Fortune God dynasty was like a group of dragons without a leader. They could not even find a heavenly master to take the lead against the foreign allied army. Even the Heavenly Tao sect, which clearly had a heavenly master, still chose to protect themselves. They did not take action at all to avoid becoming the target of the foreign allied army. After receiving the specific information, everyone was dumbfounded. They did not understand why the Heavenly Tao sect would do this. Indeed, the foreign allied army seemed to be coming in menacingly, but it was not impossible to stop them. If a top expert like the Heavenly Tao sect leader took action, he could still delay them for a considerable period of time. Then, when the Heavenly Tao sect's army returned, they could launch a thunderous counterattack and annihilate the foreign allied army that dared to enter the Fortune God dynasty's territory. However, in a situation where there was clearly a better choice, the Heavenly Tao sect and other local tyrants and large sects made the decision to protect themselves instead of standing out. Many heavenly venerables present had ugly expressions on their faces. Those who were able to follow the middle heavenly venerables, West heavenly venerables, and South heavenly venerables were either experts nurtured by the Fortune divine dynasty or local forces that were close to the Fortune divine dynasty. They did not have much independent tendencies. It could be said that they were not the same as the Heavenly Tao sect's group. Now that they suddenly heard this matter, many people felt sullen. We are fighting to the death for the martial epic at the front line, fighting with all our might. Those foreign sovereign clans actually dared to stab us in the back at this time. We absolutely cannot let them go. We should completely annihilate them. They are the cancer of the entire martial epic. At this time, a burly heavenly master said angrily. He had just received news that his large sects in the northern domain had suffered heavy losses under the attack of the foreign allied army. They could only rely on the backup he had left behind to barely hold on. There was simply no way for them to resist. He hadn't expected that the Outer Realm Coalition army would be so determined this time. The four sides had mobilized at the same time. How much energy would be needed to accomplish this? With their understanding of the Outer Realm, they simply didn't dare to imagine it. Almost immediately, he instinctively felt that there was a giant dark hand behind him controlling all of this, and this giant hand's purpose was to destroy the entire Fortune God dynasty. Also, people like the Heavenly Tao sect, who are wise enough to protect themselves, should also be annihilated. They were unwilling to come to the epic battlefield. They can't even defend their own territory. Such a large sect is simply a cancer. They should absorb the Fortune God dynasty's strength to strengthen themselves. The sooner we eradicate them, the better. The burly heavenly venerable said angrily. Many heavenly masters nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether they had suffered heavy losses in this catastrophe or not, the Fortune God dynasty's heavenly masters had always been very annoyed with these semi-independent civilian forces. However, if they wanted to annihilate a colossus like the Heavenly Tao sect, they would inevitably have to pay a heavy price, which was tantamount to the foreign sovereign clans and the ancient epic benefiting. But now, with this incident, everyone's anger had completely erupted, and their anger had reached its peak. Chapter 3564. There was a reason why the heavenly venerables were so furious. They had already been tricked by the people of the Devil Path era at the front line, and this had already made them furious. They hadn't even been able to vent their resentment, and now they had encountered such a situation. It was as if they had been stabbed in the back. Besides the veteran heavenly venerables like the Heavenly Tao sect master, who were playing it safe, there were also the former heavenly venerables who had been rescued by Yi Shiwen from the path of creation. Seeing this situation, it seemed like not many people had come forward to resist. Yi Shiwen thought of many things in this regard. In the face of the foreign allied forces, these old antiques were also playing it safe. As for the fact that they had been imprisoned on the path of creation for countless years and their strength had been greatly reduced, this should be true. However, did they really not have the strength to resist at all? They were probably just watching a good show. Yi Shiwen could also guess why they were watching a good show. He was afraid that it was related to the competition for resources. The cultivation and growth of a heavenly venerate had never been a matter of one person. There was often a huge tribe or a powerful sect behind them. However, it was unknown how many years these old fellows had been imprisoned. The tribes and sects that they belonged to had either been destroyed in the long river of time or had weakened to a certain extent. The really good territories and countless resources had been occupied by the rising stars. Although these old fellows had returned, they were faced with the embarrassment of not having a territory. Although the creation realm was huge, it was too small for these heavenly venerables. If they wanted to divide up the territory, they would definitely have to clash with the current heavenly venerables. However, although these current heavenly venerables were mostly juniors, they weren't to be trifled with. The general trend had already been formed, and they would suffer if they rashly interfered. In addition, they had been imprisoned for many years, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. They simply couldn't resist. In such a situation, these antiques probably had some ideas in their hearts. They could use this invasion to eliminate a large number of races and sects that they couldn't personally deal with. When the time came, they would be able to drive out the allied forces from the outer realms, and the remaining territories would become places that they could occupy. These Empyreans were all high and lofty existences. They had experienced 10,000 tribulations and hadn't perished. Ordinary matters wouldn't be able to move them. But now that it concerned their foundation, not a single one of them was willing to back down. The providence and resources of the tribes and sects could also be used to supplement the heavenly venerables, allowing their cultivation to reach a higher level and become even stronger. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. The current Fortune God dynasty could be said to be suffering from both external and internal troubles. Outside, there was the covetous eyes of the ancient era. Inside, there were the rebellious tyrants of the Fortune God dynasty. Moreover, there were some veteran, heavenly venerables who covetously wanted to provoke the flames of war and snatch territories. Then the foreign allied forces suddenly attacked, and there was a hand behind them. There was probably a hidden hand pushing them from the shadows. God, there were internal and heavenly venerables that wanted to for the situation. God dynasties, heavenly God. However, he was more concerned about how he could obtain enough benefits for the human race and himself, especially since he wanted to fight for the Eastern heavenly venerate position. If he succeeded, he would have to face such a messy situation. What should he do under the circumstances? It's a complete mess. All right, if we want to deal with those guys, we have to wait until the foreign invaders are driven out. The middle heavenly venerables glanced at everyone and said, "That's the most important thing now. Yes, let's drive those guys out first." Many heavenly venerables echoed. "What I'm worried about now is whether this is a conspiracy. From the time the demon era detonated the array to the time the foreign invaders invaded, there was such a short period of time. It's hard to believe that this is a coincidence." The middle heavenly venerables said, "I'm worried that this is actually a trap. If we take the good fortune universe map away, what if the demon era makes a comeback with the heavens splitting devil axe?" Hearing the middle Empyreans say this, many Empyreans fell silent. This wasn't impossible. The outer realms had launched an attack so coincidentally. It was absolutely impossible to say that it didn't have the slightest connection to the ancient era. Although these ancient eras were also life and death enemies for the foreign invaders, there was no guarantee that there would be some cooperation between them. Many of the heavenly venerables present had many friends and collaborators in the ancient era. Therefore, they couldn't be more certain that this was a very likely thing. If this was really the case, then the entire situation would be terrible to a considerable extent. If this was the case, then everything they had done now would become bubbles. They would rejoice in vain. I think everyone's concerns are reasonable, but there is no need to be so worried, Yi Shiwen said while everyone was silent. I think there is a problem that everyone has clearly forgotten. This time, how many ancient eras have been tricked by the demonic path era? Next time, if they want to gather such an army, I'm afraid it will be impossible. With their strength alone, even if they occupy Moon City again, it will be like throwing an egg against a rock. Hearing Yi Shiwen's analysis, everyone felt a sudden realization. Indeed, they had been suppressed by the coalition army organized by the Demon Era. But it was different now. The Demon Era and those ancient eras had been deceived. It was impossible to gain the trust of the other ancient eras. Considering the losses of those ancient eras, it was already very good that they did not fly into a rage and settle accounts with the Demon Era. According to the Demon Era's best estimate, if they could annihilate the armies of the Fortune God Dynasty and the ancient eras, even if they had to suffer the hostility of countless eras, it would still be worth it. At that time, the gap between the Demon Era and the Fortune God Dynasty would be greatly reduced. After the Fortune God Dynasty's strength was greatly weakened, they would no longer have the strength to suppress the opposing forces inside and outside the Fortune God Dynasty. The entire Fortune world would usher in a chaotic era. At that time, it would be the best opportunity for the ancient eras. Under such circumstances, no matter how much hatred those ancient eras had for the Demon Era, they would unite in the face of great benefits and the possibility of conquering the Fortune God Dynasty. It could be said that the Demon Era had indeed calculated many things. If they could complete their plan, the entire Demon Era's forces would usher in a huge leap. However, the appearance of Yi Shiwen had completely ruined their plans. The Fortune God Dynasty's allied forces had retained most of their strength, and not all of them had been annihilated. Even though their vitality had been severely damaged, they still had enough strength to maintain the situation of the entire Fortune God Dynasty. The Demon Era's miscalculation was the Fortune God Dynasty's greatest advantage. Although the Fortune God Dynasty's vitality was greatly damaged after the two Moon City battles, they still had the strength to protect themselves. Honorable Wu said it well. Middle Heavenly Venerate clapped his hands and laughed. He felt that the dark clouds in his heart had been dispelled by Yi Shiwen's words. It wasn't that they didn't think of this, but they were blinded by the situation. In a moment of anxiety, they didn't know what they should have known. In the face of Yi Shiwen's eloquence, Space-Time Heavenly Venerate and Southern Heavenly Venerate wore complicated expressions. During this time, the entire Allied forces were filled with the mood of failure. Even if these people were outstanding cultivators with strong minds, it was inevitable that they would feel defeated after encountering such a setback. However, in this bleak environment, not only did Yi Shiwen not follow the crowd, but he was able to stand out and become the savior in countless people's hearts. In this battle for the Eastern Heavenly Venerate, Yi Shiwen had already gained the upper hand. Even they couldn't do anything about it. In addition, even if the Demon Era makes a comeback, what can they do? Yi Shiwen said in a loud and impassioned voice, "In my opinion, this isn't a problem at all. Instead, it's an opportunity for us to avenge our humiliation. Previously, they were able to resist us for such a long time because of Moon City. Now that Moon City has been destroyed, even though the continent still exists, it's no longer the same as before. If they want to occupy such a place, they won't be able to do so without a steady stream of support. Instead, they will be surrounded and annihilated by us. As long as the other divine cities send their armies to cut off their retreat, we can dispatch troops from the Fortune God Dynasty to form a situation where we can catch them like a turtle in a jar and wipe them out in one fell swoop." The more the Middle Heavenly Venerate looked at Yi Shiwen, the more satisfied he became. After hearing Yi Shiwen's words, his original worry had become the Fortune Divine Dynasty's advantage. It was fine if the Devil Path Era's army didn't come, but if they did, then they would be able to catch a turtle in a jar and beat the dog inside. At that time, the Devil Path Era's army would be dead for sure. At that time, not only would the Demon Era's army not be able to escape, but they would also die a tragic death, giving the Demon Era a taste of suffering. Ever since they knew about the Demon Era, there had been victories and defeats in their confrontations. However, other than the era of the Fortune Heavenly Monarch, the current Fortune God dynasty had never dealt a heavy blow to the Demon Era. That's right. It's fine if the Demon Era doesn't come. But if they do, then let them die. Ha ha ha, I can't wait for them to come back. Then let's catch them all in one fell swoop. Wu Zun is right. We were too nervous before. With our Fortune God dynasty strength, crushing them is too easy. Chapter 3565. All the celestial masters began to talk at once. Unknowingly, Yi Shiwen had become the core of everyone and the leader of opinions. Although he was still a rising star and had only been cultivating for more than 10,000 years, this was nothing in the eyes of many people. If it was only Yi Shiwen's cultivation speed and strength, it would not be like this. However, Yi Shiwen could always make earth-shattering moves. First, he destroyed the 7th Gold Era with the Middle Heavenly Master, making the Fortune God dynasty more powerful. They also benefited a lot. Furthermore, the discovery of this great formation allowed them to escape a calamity and not be completely annihilated. It could be said that even though he had only achieved Tao for a short period of time, many people owed him favors, and there were many who owed him their lives. In a situation where everyone was extremely pessimistic, only he could think of situations that no one else could think of. All of this made everyone seem to have begun to get used to his existence and to accepting his opinions. This change was extremely beneficial for Yi Shiwen because it could greatly make up for his lack of qualifications. However, it was not a good thing for other competitors who wanted to compete for the position of Eastern Heavenly Master. Originally, Yi Shiwen could only be regarded as the bottom of many competitors. Whether it was qualifications, strength, or contributions, Yi Shiwen was at the bottom. However, in just a short time, Yi Shiwen had completely reversed this situation and made immortal contributions. No one knew how many people he had saved. His strength had also increased rapidly. The fact that he could escape from the hands of the city, Lord of Lunacity, was proof of this. He had even killed rebels like Supreme Copper and Supreme Bone. In terms of strength, he could be considered to be at the top level. From all aspects, Yi Shiwen had completely fulfilled the basic conditions to become an Eastern Heavenly Lord, apart from the fact that he seemed to be very important, but in fact his qualifications were just SOSO. This was exactly what Yi Shiwen wanted to do. How many times had he risked his life in exchange for the current situation? Compared to others, the Middle Heavenly Master was very satisfied. After all, he was the one who recommended Yi Shiwen. No matter who became the next Eastern Heavenly Master, it would be beneficial for him. Originally, he was more optimistic about Silver Venerable, but now it seemed that the possibility of Yi Shiwen succeeding seemed to be higher. Everyone should have heard Marshal Honor's words just now. The Middle Heavenly Master looked around at everyone. Because of Yi Shiwen's words, everyone's hearts had been relieved. They no longer had to worry about being attacked from both sides. If the demonic epoch wanted to cause trouble, then the one who would suffer a pincer attack at any moment would be none other than the demonic epoch. Everyone, don't worry. However, we can't just give up on Moon City. We can't just ignore it. I'll give the order. Space-Time Empyrean, lead a group of people to guard Moon City and work with Sun City to defend the epic battlefield. Nothing must go wrong. Middle Empyrean said. He was still worried and left a group of people in Moon City. Everyone else returned to the Fortune world. We'll work together to drive out those invaders. Get them out. I've had enough of them. Kill them. Kill. I'll teach them a lesson. If I don't kill them this time, I'll write my name backwards. Many people clamored. Obviously, they had been holding it in for a long time and wanted to kill their way back. Following the Middle Heavenly Master's order, the entire Fortune God dynasty's allied army camp began to move. Countless troops were mobilized and prepared to return to the Fortune God dynasty to quell the foreign rebellions and invasions. The entire military camp was bustling with activity. Yi Shiwen hovered in the sky above the military camp, watching the troops being mobilized one after another. They were sent to the Rising Sun City through the teleportation array, and finally returned to the Fortune God dynasty. He looked in the direction of the Fortune God dynasty. It was as if he could see through the layers of chaos and see the human race in the Fortune God dynasty. According to the intelligence he had obtained, the eastern region had also fallen into the flames of war. With most of the elites being transferred away, the eastern region had no ability to resist the iron hooves of the foreign allied forces and was repeatedly breached. Now, with a slight estimation, he was afraid that the enemy was about to reach the city. He was a little worried, but he didn't despair because he still had an absolute trump card in Mount Bujo. It should be enough to hold on for some time. After waiting for a while, he made a decision. He called Bien Saya over and put her in charge of leading the army back to the Fortune God dynasty. He himself stepped into the transmission array and disappeared from the Fortune God dynasty's camp. At this time, when the news of the Fortune world's changes spread to the battlefield, the human race's conference was in full swing. Although many forces were in a wait-and-see state, there were still many big clans and sects that were directly facing the threat of the foreign allied army, who had sent their important figures to the conference. There were even some who sent their sect masters and patriarchs personally to resist the foreign allied army's increasingly terrifying vanguard, blocking them outside and protecting themselves. For a time, the entire Mount Bujo was bustling with noise and excitement. Purple clouds could be seen everywhere. The arrival of the Emperors was an unprecedented grand occasion in this extremely dangerous situation. Due to the fact that they were facing the attack of the foreign allied forces at any time, time was tight, so they did not arrange any complicated procedures. They directly arranged all the emperors to the largest venue on Bujo Mountain. When all the emperors arrived, purple chi spread everywhere, and it was a scene of auspiciousness. If these sovereign emperors descended here, even if they did not do anything, this place would become an absolute blessed land. Cultivating here would be like receiving the heavenly Tao's favor, allowing one to advance at a tremendous pace. Even a pig would become an absolute genius here. This was the function of these extreme Tao masters. They could change the heavenly Tao and the heavenly Tao, turning a barren desert into a cultivation, holy land that could promote cultivation. Soon the conference began. All the emperors took their seats, facing the great enemy. They didn't even have the mood to eat or drink. Even if there was delicious food placed in front of them, it was difficult to move them. On the host seat, Fengyi looked around and saw the emperors sitting in 2 rows on his left and right. Usually, with his ability to summon, it was impossible for so many emperors to respond to his call. But now, under the pressure of the foreign allied army, they had no choice but to gather here. Everyone, because the situation at the front line is urgent, the foreign allied army may approach at any time. So I won't say too much nonsense. Long story short, I think everyone should be very clear about the purpose of gathering everyone here today. It is to organize the allied army to fight against the foreign allied army. Only when we are united can we fight against the foreign allied army. We won't be like a plate of loose sand that will be defeated by them one by one. Fengyi said, "Now let me ask, does anyone have any objections to forming this alliance? Does anyone have any objections to the human race and the 11 states leading this alliance?" All the emperors shook their heads. Since they came here, it meant that they had agreed to this. Those who didn't agree naturally wouldn't come here. There was no objection to this. Raising an objection at this moment would only make them the target of everyone. Now, everyone was hoping that someone could take the lead and lead the human race to fight against the foreign allied army. Nothing could be better than the fact that the human race was willing to stand out. Looking around and seeing that no one had any objections, Fengyi continued, "All right, since no one has any objections, then I will announce that our alliance to fight against the foreign allied army is officially formed. Our human race will be the leader. Of course, I am not qualified to be the leader of this alliance. Since Wu Zun is not here, the position of leader will be reserved for him. I will be the vice leader, along with a few people selected from among you. Everyone listened to Fengyi's words quietly. Up until now, there hadn't been anything that they couldn't accept. The leader of the human race, the pillar of the human race, Wu Zun becoming the alliance leader was a matter of course. It was also normal for Fengyi to appoint a deputy alliance leader, and the other positions would be taken by the strongest among them. Also, there are some rules and regulations, including the number of troops each family needs, when they will arrive, and so on. All of these need to be discussed in advance, but I hope that no one will violate the rules. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of the alliance, the Fortune Divine Dynasty, and there will be no place for you in this world. Fengyi said coldly, as the saying goes, peaceful measures before resorting to force. Some ugly words have to be said in advance, lest everyone makes a mistake. Suddenly, just as Fengyi was about to continue speaking, the entire hall shook violently, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Everyone's expressions changed because they knew very well what the reason for the tremors was. Enemies were attacking. Everyone, don't panic. There's an enchantment left behind by Wu Zun on Mount Buzhou. Even a heavenly venerable can't break the enchantment so quickly. Let's go and have a look. Fengyi said calmly while the others were talking about him. Hearing Fengyi's words, the other Emperor Realm sovereigns calmed down. They were all outstanding cultivators. They were just a little panicked because they were frightened, but they soon calmed down. Fengyi took a big stride forward and flew up to the sky above Buzhou Mountain. The other imperial emperors followed suit. What they saw was not an army from the outer domain as they had expected. Instead, there was only one man. Chapter 3566. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and a pair of purple eyes that looked extremely strange. His robes fluttered in the wind as he flew in the sky, looking at the sovereign emperors who came for the alliance, meeting coldly. "Who are you?" Fengyi asked. He could sense an extremely powerful aura coming from this young man. It was as if he was going to rule the world. He was stronger than ordinary sovereign emperors. Within his domain, heaven and earth, even wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, everything revolved according to his will. This was not a temperament that ordinary sovereign emperors could cultivate, especially in a big environment like the Fortune world. Sovereign emperors could not be truly invincible and rule over everything, nor could they cultivate such a temperament. Only some people from other worlds could exude such a temperament. That was because they were truly invincible in the past. In their world, they were existences that stood by their words. I think I've seen him before. Isn't that the Purple-Eye Emperor who just appeared in the Stormy Sea region? Suddenly, and Sovereign Emperor recognized the identity of the person in front of him. The Eastern Domain was adjacent to the Stormy Sea region, so it was not unknown to the top heavenly venerables in the Stormy Sea region. Immediately, some people remembered who this Purple-Eye Emperor was. Very quickly, the news spread among the sovereign emperors. When this Purple-Eye Emperor first appeared, he had already set off a boundless massacre in the outer domain. With his own strength, he killed his way to a foothold in the outer domain. Previously, Huang Xiaolong had not been able to find any information about the Purple-Eyed Sovereign, and there was no news about the Purple-Eyed Sovereign's clan. Different from the Fortune Divine Dynasty, most of the Emperors and Heavenly Venerables in the outer domain existed in the form of clans. A powerful Emperor or Heavenly Venerable could lead a powerful clan. They passed on their great Tao in the form of bloodline, unlike in the Fortune God Dynasty, where sovereign emperors established sects to pass on their great Tao. Therefore, many people could guess that the Purple-Eye Emperor was most likely an expert from a small world under the Fortune world. When he was born, he was already an expert of the Sovereign Emperor realm, and he was an outstanding expert among the sovereign emperors. However, after he made his debut in a shocking battle, he rarely fought again. But just based on his previous achievements, no one dared to look down on him. The Purple-Eye Emperor had swept through the outer realm and uprooted countless large clans. However, nothing had happened to him. This was enough to prove how powerful he was. "I didn't expect that one of you would recognize me." The Purple-Eye Emperor seemed to be a little surprised. Although he had caused a huge commotion when he made a move, it had been too long. Most importantly, he rarely made a move after that, so he didn't have much fame. "You know me, so you can live. I won't kill you," the Purple-Eyed Emperor said coldly. Immediately, all the Imperial Emperors didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could they be spared from death just because of this? This was a little too childish. However, it could be seen from this that the Purple-Eyed Emperor was extraordinarily confident. "Purple-Eye Emperor, you actually dared to come here instead of staying in the Outer Realm. Do you really think that we can't do anything to you?" Fingy flew up and said. The Purple-Eye Emperor just glanced at him coldly and said, "You're just another piece of trash that relied on time to get here." When Fingy heard this, his expression became extremely ugly. Although it was true that he relied on time to get his current cultivation, being able to cultivate to the Imperial Emperor realm meant that he was the best among billions of living beings. Now that he was called a piece of trash, the anger in his heart could be imagined. On the other hand, most of the other Imperial Emperors had extremely embarrassed and angry expressions on their faces as well, because in fact, they were more or less the same as Fingy. After reaching the level of Imperial Emperors, it was practically impossible for them to improve by leaps and bounds. They could only accumulate their understanding of the heavenly Tao bit by bit over time. According to the Purple-Eye Emperor, they could actually be classified as that piece of trash. Time represented experience, but it did not mean that they were completely useless. Now, they were being treated like this by the Purple-Eye Emperor. "Purple-Eyed Emperor, don't be too arrogant. Even though you're very strong, everyone here is a genius. You're nothing in front of them." One of the sovereign emperors flew out instantly. He had already reached the 7th level and was a true sovereign emperor. He was a high-level sovereign emperor. In terms of strength, he was not weaker than Fingy Clan. That was why he flew out so confidently. He wanted to teach Zi Yin Emperor a lesson. "You're courting death. You overestimate yourself." The Purple-Eye Emperor sneered, and his hand suddenly grabbed out. The Emperor who had just flown out actually burrowed into his hand, as if he had fallen into a spider's web. How is this possible? The Imperial Emperor suddenly realized that he had lost control of the laws around him as if they were in the hands of another person. The battle between these sovereign emperors was, to a large extent, a battle of laws. Whoever could control more laws would have a greater advantage. But now, the Purple-Eye Emperor had taken control of the law network around his body. He didn't even have the time to react. It was too terrifying. His domain has always been there, and it has never disappeared. I have entered his domain. Since this emperor could cultivate to the 7th level, he naturally deserved his reputation. However, it was useless at this moment. When facing the Purple-Eyed Emperor, he had to use all his abilities and martial arts to fight against the Purple-Eyed Emperor. However, it was still useless. He could not break free from the net of laws. He kept struggling, but he could only feel that the net was getting stronger and stronger. It was absorbing more and more of his strength. "You overestimate yourself." The Purple-Eye Emperor looked like he was looking at a piece of trash. Suddenly, a purple light flashed in his purple eyes. In an instant, everyone only felt that the space in front of him was torn apart. The place where the Imperial Emperor was just now had been torn into countless pieces by countless forces. This pair of eyes contained unimaginable power and unimaginable terrifying means. It could kill a 7th Realm warrior in an instant. That 7th Realm Emperor didn't even have a chance to react before he was instantly killed. Although the Purple-Eyed Emperor definitely used some kind of divine ability, that didn't matter much. Just the combat power that could instantly kill the Emperor was the focus of everyone's attention. At this time, everyone clearly understood why the Purple-Eye Emperor was so fearless. Even though he knew that there were so many Imperial Emperors here, he still came to provoke them. He probably did not take these Imperial Emperors seriously. It was uncertain whether these Imperial Emperors could defeat him together. Even if they had the ability, they would suffer heavy losses. How many people would sacrifice themselves for others? I am here to persuade you to surrender. Now, my foreign army is invincible. If you block this torrent, only death awaits you. Haven't you heard? The Fortune Divine Dynasty's army has already been annihilated on the battlefield, and you have no other reinforcements. If you surrender to me now, I can guarantee that all of you will live. Otherwise, you will end up like this person. The Purple Eye Emperor just stared coldly at the rulers. Even though there were many rulers on Mount Buzhou, they couldn't scare him. Perhaps in his eyes, these people were nothing at all, nothing to worry about. There was a gap between imperial emperors. Obviously, the Purple Eye Emperor was the top existence. Purple Eye Emperor, I have heard of your name. But how dare you break into my Buzhou mountain? You are really seeking death, Fini said coldly. He formed a hand seal. Countless golden lights shot out in all directions. Suddenly, the entire Buzhou mountain began to rumble. Countless spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth poured into Buzhou mountain like the Yellow River. Then, countless arrays were activated. These arrays were linked to each other, and a terrifying attack was unleashed. It was a sword light. What kind of sword light was it? It was a terrifying sword light that could split heaven and earth into two. It was like a peerless sword light that had been reborn from ancient times. It could destroy everything in front of it. No one could withstand the attack of such a terrifying sword light. This sword light was the technique that Yi Shiwen had left behind. It was a power that surpassed the imperial emperors and belonged to the heavenly master level. Rumble! All the sovereign emperors could feel that the entire Buzhou mountain was shaking violently. Even though they were inside the barrier, they could still feel the strong wind that was created by the terrifying sword light. They felt a chill down their spine. They could feel an extreme sense of danger from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. This was because they sensed an extremely terrifying aura from the sword light. It was a terrifying technique that could threaten their lives. They knew that Yi Shiwen, as a heavenly master, would definitely leave some tricks for the human clan. They could not just let it go. However, when they saw the sword light, they could still feel the destructive energy. This was the true, terrifying power of a heavenly venerate. It was completely different from the power of imperial emperors. Compared to them, heavenly venerates were dozens or even hundreds of times stronger. This sword light turned into a huge long sword that descended from the sky. It slashed down and landed heavily on the Purple Eye Emperor's body. However, just when everyone thought that the Purple Eye King was dead for sure, they saw the sword light shatter inch by inch and explode 3 inches in front of the Purple Eye King. Chapter 3567. This terrifying blow seemed to be able to destroy the world. Even an emperor could not stop it. However, in fact, it was destroyed inch by inch in front of the Purple Eye Emperor. The Purple Eye Emperor's body shook slightly. A golden armor appeared on his body, protecting his entire body. This sword light was indeed terrifying. Even a celestial master would be seriously injured if he was not careful. However, this time, it was not enough to destroy the Purple Eye Emperor's body. It was all because of that golden armor. Celestial Master, Taoist instrument. At this time, even those with slow reactions reacted immediately. He had actually prepared an Empyrean Tao artifact. With this level of armor on the Tiger God, even a slightly lower level Empyrean would find it difficult to hurt the purple-eyed sovereign. It was no wonder that the Purple-Eyed Emperor was so arrogant and despotic. He was indeed prepared. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen had left many means in Mount Buzhou. Not only was there a barrier for defense, but there were also means that Yi Shiwen had left behind, which were almost equivalent to a full blow from him. Even if they encountered a celestial sovereign, they would be able to hold out for a long time. Because of this, the Fini clan decided to hold the meeting in Buzhou Mountain. It was relatively safer here. If it were any other large sect or clan, they would have been breached in a matter of minutes. I heard how powerful Wu Zun was. I think he is just SOO. After blocking this blow, The purple-eyed emperor seemed to be really imposing and proud. This was a real test for him, but he had obviously passed the test now. Even the backup that Yi Shiwen left behind couldn't hurt him. Even Yi Shiwen could not hurt him. Then he was truly invincible and fearless. The human masters under Buzhou Mountain were extremely angry when they heard the words of the Purple-Eye Emperor. At this time, Yi Shiwen had become their spiritual pillar. How could they allow others to blaspheme him? You dare to look down on a celestial master. I'm afraid you will die a horrible death. Fini Clan said coldly. Ha ha ha, celestial master? I heard that when Wu Zun was still an emperor, he once slaughtered celestial masters, right? Unfortunately, he is not here now. Otherwise, today, I will also let the world know that he is not the only one who dares to slaughter celestial masters in this world. The purple-eyed emperor burst into laughter. His tone was filled with confidence, and there was even a tinge of pity in it. However, the meaning of his words made countless experts of the human clan furious. The Purple-Eye Emperor's words clearly meant that if Yi Shiwen was here, he would recreate the magnificent feat of the Emperor slaughtering the heavenly masters. Originally, this was a miracle that belonged to Yi Shiwen alone. Apart from him, no one had been able to achieve this feat since ancient times. After Yi Shiwen had achieved this, many emperors had indeed set their eyes on those celestial venerables, especially Pan Tian Venerable, because he had just escaped. His strength had dropped unprecedentedly. Therefore, he had become the target of countless emperors. But in the end, the Empyreans still used the corpses of countless Empyreans to tell the world that the so-called Empyreans slaughtering Empyreans was just a joke. As long as the Empyreans were willing, it wasn't difficult for them to destroy hundreds of Empyreans at the same time. The only difference was whether they were willing to do it or not. The Empyreans were still limited to the power system of the heavenly way, but the Empyreans had surpassed all of this. They were powerful beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Arrogant. You only dare to be so arrogant because you know that our Wu Zun is not here. If he is here, it will be easy to destroy you. Phoenicia said, I dare to say this even if he is here. I have long wanted to try what it feels like to slaughter Empyreans as an Empyrean. I am about to break through to the Empyrean level. At that time, I will never have such an opportunity. This is a great regret. The Purple-Eye Emperor stood with his hands behind his back. He was extremely confident. For him, not being able to slaughter Empyreans as an Empyrean was a regret in life. Compared to him, those imperial monarchs simply couldn't be compared at all. They wouldn't even think about such a thing because it had already exceeded the limits of their imagination, and it was utterly impossible. Arrogant. Suddenly, a cold shout came from the Hall of Gods in Buzhou Mountain. As soon as this voice appeared, it spread throughout the entire Buzhou Mountain. The Purple-Eye Emperor's face suddenly changed. It was just a cold shout to others, but to him, it was a terrible spiritual attack. The Tao laws formed by a single sentence turned into a terrible storm that almost tore him into endless pieces. At that moment, the armor he was wearing actually automatically appeared to block this attack. It had to be known that this was a heavenly venerate Tao artifact. In truth, even he couldn't control it freely. Normally, it would only automatically appear when he was in extreme danger. But this simple sentence actually caused such a great reaction from the armor on his body. The threat was even greater than the full blow of a peak Empyrean. Who is it? Come out. The Purple-Eye Emperor said solemnly. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Previously, because of his powerful strength, he did not take these Empyrean emperors who came to the alliance meeting seriously and completely looked down on them. But now he could not. Just a sentence from that person made him feel like he was facing a calamity. Even with his current strength and the Empyrean Tao artifact level armor, he still felt such a strong feeling. There was only one possibility. The person hiding on Buzhou Mountain was definitely an Empyrean. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. This was because it was well known that there was only one heavenly venerate in the human race. In the information he had obtained before, there was no mention of another heavenly venerate. Wu Zun had already followed the Fortune God dynasty's army to the epic battlefield. It was impossible for him to appear here. The possibility of a famous Empyrean from the East Domain appearing to support them was also not high. Moreover, they were under strict surveillance. It was impossible for them to appear here. This time the foreign allied forces had organized such a huge force. Naturally, it was impossible for them to be Cao Cao's army. Many places had already made preparations. As one of the major forces in the East Domain, although the human race had only risen for a short period of time, no one dared to look down on them. This was because there was a martial venerate among them. However, other than martial venerate, the overall strength of the human race was still not enough. This was also the reason why he dared to come alone and be the vanguard. Now he suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little too arrogant. The human race was indeed not in peak condition, but it was obviously much more powerful than what the information described. If it was not for the Empyrean-level armor, he would have died long ago. It was not that he did not know the difference between an Empyrean emperor and an Empyrean. It was just that he was more confident that he could cross this gap. If Yi Shiwen could do it, there was no reason why he could not do it. Humph. With a cold snort, a figure slowly came over. Everyone took a closer look. Who else could it be if not Martial Venerate Yi Shiwen? It was Yi Shiwen from the drawing. How could the Emperors in the East Domain not know his appearance? It was just that many people were puzzled. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen had left for the Era battlefield. It was impossible for him to appear here at this time. Otherwise, why would they be so worried? With Yi Shiwen here, it was like having a pillar of support. You are impossible, Martial Venerate. Didn't you go to the Era battlefield? Purple Eye Emperor's pupils shrank slightly, and he was suddenly sweating. Although he was not polite to Yi Shiwen just now, deep down he also felt that he was not weaker than Yi Shiwen back then. However, if he wanted to kill an Empyrean as an emperor, he must do a lot of preparation beforehand. Suddenly encountering Yi Shiwen, the odds of success were too low. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's strength was obviously much more terrifying than the sky-devouring Monster King back then. The only thing he could rely on was the Empyrean-level armor on his body, which could protect him. After a moment of shock, he quickly regained his senses. Impossible! This is definitely not your main body. Your main body has already gone to the Era battlefield. There's no doubt about this. Purple Eye Emperor still had a little bit of trust in the information. This should be a wisp of your spirit avatar. You still have these tricks up your sleeves, but it's useless. Do you think you can stop the human clan from being annihilated with just a wisp of your spirit avatar? I am just the vanguard. The army behind is coming, led by Pantheon Venerate. You are dead. The ignorant are really fearless. Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile. Of course, this was not his main body, nor was it his spirit avatar. It was the sword principal avatar that he had left in the Divine Court. Previously, the Sword Dao clone was in closed-door training because he wanted to break through to the second realm. He didn't come out until the array and barrier left by Yi Shiwen was triggered in Mount Buzhou. Only then did he come out. As soon as he came out, he saw the Purple Eye Emperor, who was actually comparing himself to him back then. He could not help but sneer. Although he had killed the sky-devouring Monster King back then, he had made a lot of preparations for that battle. He had even taken the initiative to challenge the sky-devouring Monster King. In addition, he had also gathered a Heavenly Venerate level sword chi attack to seriously injure the sky-devouring Monster King before killing him. At that time, the sky-devouring Monster King had only just broken through to the Heavenly Venerate realm. He was still unable to modify the laws, but his spiritual power was much more tyrannical than that of a peak Emperor Lord. These various conditions added together gave him the opportunity to have this miraculous battle record. Now, Even if the Purple Eye Emperor stood in front of him and wanted to kill him, it would be a dead end for him. He could even crush him to death with a finger. Therefore, he only had one sentence, and that was, "The ignorant are fearless." Chapter 3568. The ignorant are fearless. Yi Shiwen just sneered and said, Yi Shiwen didn't take the Purple Eye Emperor, who threatened to challenge him, seriously at all. It was precisely because he really crossed this level that he understood how big the gap between an emperor and a heavenly master was. An emperor could only exert the power of a certain rule to the extreme within the framework. But a heavenly master could surpass such limits, change the rules, and change everything. In this case, an emperor would never be able to challenge a heavenly master. This was why what he created was called a miracle, because it was impossible to repeat the miracle a second time. Many people thought that if Yi Shiwen could do it, they could do it too. It was nothing more than a little stronger. But in fact, they didn't know that this was not something that could be solved by being a little stronger. It was another realm that had surpassed their level. Wu Zun, don't be too arrogant. After all, you are just a spirit. The Purple Eye Emperor quickly calmed down. In his opinion, it was just a spirit. Although it was terrifying, he still had a heavenly master level armor on his body. It was not impossible to fight back. Yi Shiwen just looked at him with a sneer, and then instantly made a move. Yi Shiwen's big hand suddenly grabbed out and turned into a sky full of golden light. In this sky full of golden light, countless rules condensed in this direction, turned into a big rule hand, and then suddenly grabbed towards the Purple Eye Emperor. The Purple Eye Emperor felt a chill down his back in an instant. He was extremely horrified. Although he had long told himself not to underestimate the combat power of a heavenly master, he only realized how ridiculous his previous calculations were after the real fight. He froze in an instant. Yes, he was forced to freeze by the aura emitted by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't even need to use any magical means to force him into a desperate situation. A feeling of despair rose. At this time, he had really understood how big the gap between himself and a heavenly master was. At this time, he couldn't imagine how Yi Shiwen had managed to counterattack with such a huge gap between them. Even though the heaven-devouring Demon King back then might not be as good as Yi Shiwen now, it was still a miracle. Roar! The Purple Eye Emperor let out a long roar. It was as if a ferocious beast was about to explode. The mana in his body was forcefully activated. Before, it was as if it was frozen and couldn't be activated at all. At this critical moment, the Heavenly Master level armor on the body of the Purple Eye Emperor suddenly erupted with endless rays of light to resist Yi Shiwen's aura lock. At this moment, the Purple Eye Emperor broke free from Yi Shiwen's control and was no longer completely suppressed like before. However, it was still meaningless for Yi Shiwen, even if he had done so much. Yi Shiwen's big hand fell down normally, but it triggered a fierce resistance from the Celestial Master Taoist level armor. Bursts of Celestial Master level aura burst out, trying to resist Yi Shiwen's big hand. It was a stalemate. However, this stalemate only lasted for a moment. Yi Shiwen's big hand had already crushed the enchantment emitted by the Celestial Master level armor on the spot. Boom! This Celestial Master Taoist level armor was grabbed by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had seen many Celestial Master Taoist level weapons, but armor was relatively rare. Most of them were offensive weapons. The Purple Eye Emperor was drenched in cold sweat. He was actually separated from the armor. This method had far exceeded the limit of his imagination. The moment this Celestial Master Taoist level armor was grabbed by Yi Shiwen, a terrifying spiritual fluctuation exploded from it. Immediately afterward, this wisp of spirit turned into an extremely terrifying figure. It was a skinny old man. This old man was wearing a large-scale armor that was old, but not old. It was hard to imagine how his skinny body could support such a large-scale armor. This should be the true owner of this Celestial Master Taoist level armor. Suddenly, this old man opened his eyes. There was a disdainful power in his eyes. It was as if people had crossed the river of time in an instant and arrived at an unparalleled battlefield. There were shouts of killing everywhere. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up like a mountain. In the distance, countless stars of calamity fell to the ground, causing a huge explosion. Battle cries rang out incessantly, as if they were really involved in a killing calamity. There were enemies in all directions, and the weakest of them was actually at the God-King level. There were many quasi-emperors and sovereign emperors flying around in the sky, but in this place they were like cabbages on the roadside, being killed in batches. This was an endless blood prison, and the old man in front of them was the master of the blood prison. The sovereign emperors and experts at the foot of Mount Bujo immediately felt an incomparably heavy pressure. They were on the verge of kneeling and submitting to this boundless might. "Break!" Yi Shiwen shouted loudly, and the boundless slaughter in the surroundings disappeared without a trace in an instant. He had returned to Mount Bujo. Many sovereign emperors knew that this was fake, but they still felt like they had been saved. It was simply too shocking. The old man looked at Yi Shiwen with a little surprise. "I didn't expect there to be a master like you in the human clan. I miscalculated. You are not a spirit incarnation, but a real martial arts incarnation. You can cut your own martial arts and become a powerful celestial master incarnation. It is indeed a good method." In the face of Yi Shiwen's strength, the old man was not flustered. It was as if he was talking about a very normal thing. "The human clan does have some methods. I didn't expect there to be an existence like you besides him. I am willing to give you a chance. As long as you are willing to surrender, I will guarantee your human clan's indestructible status." The old man said indifferently, as if he was not aware of the danger he was in. "Surrender? In this world, there is no one who can make me surrender." Yi Shiwen just laughed heartily. "Since you know that I am not a spirit incarnation, you still dare to make such a condition. You are really fearless. It's just a wisp of soul. What's the big deal? I haven't come out for a long time. You juniors don't even know my name." The old man glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, "You're just a wisp of soul. So what if you've destroyed my soul? You'll still die when the foreign army arrives. It seems that you were quite famous in the past, but I am not interested," Yi Shiwen said. "It seems that the sudden rebellion in the foreign territory this time is related to you." Yi Shiwen felt an extremely terrifying aura from his body, even though it was only a wisp of his soul. His main body must be very terrifying. In fact, it might even be more terrifying than a middle celestial master. Yi Shiwen couldn't be wrong about this. Only such a level of existence could mobilize the foreign army to attack the 4 territories at the same time. The foreign territory rebellion this time was not simple. Rebellion? Ha 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 ha, this is called rebellion? The world originally belongs to me. Now I am just taking it back. The old man laughed. The entire Bujo mountain trembled. Even with the protection of boundaries and formations, it still trembled violently. "You are called Wu Zun, right? The new celestial master is still too young. You don't understand who you have offended. In this world, unless the Fortune Heaven Lord comes back to life, no one can save you this time. Moreover, the Fortune God Dynasty's army should have been wiped out. You will not have any reinforcements." Yi Shiwen sneered. "What a big tone. This is no longer your era. Who cares which era you are an old monster from? So what?" The old man's words made the emperors on Bujo Mountain change their expressions. The reason why they were resisting so hard was because they hoped that the Fortune God Dynasty's army would return this morning. But now that they suddenly heard the news of the Fortune God Dynasty's army being wiped out, they could not help but be at a loss for a while. Although they had heard the rumors before, they still felt despair when they heard it from the mouth of a top existence who was obviously an expert. As for whether the Fortune God Dynasty's army has been wiped out or not, I know this better than you. When they return, it will be your disaster," Yi Shiwen said. as the epic battlefield was simply too far away, even to the edge of the martial epic. Even he could not sense the situation of his main body. Otherwise, with their current situation, they would be able to communicate telepathically with each other at any moment. But he could still sense that his main body was still alive and not in any danger. Otherwise, he would have sensed it. Therefore, the old man's words were not enough to sway his mind. "Humph, stubborn fool!" The old man's eyes flashed with extreme ruthlessness. He was a slaughter lord himself. At this time, seeing that Yi Shiwen was not moving at all, he could not help but burn with anger. And at this time, Yi Shiwen directly attacked. A long sword appeared in his hand, and the sword light soared straight into the sky. It slashed out, and in an instant it had already bombarded in front of the old man. The old man let out a long roar and turned into a sky full of bane stars to resist Yi Shiwen's attack. Then he frantically retreated. Originally, it was fine if a wisp of his spirit was destroyed, but he still had a heavenly venerate Tao artifact level armor with him. He did not want to leave it to Yi Shiwen. The sword light slashed into the boundless sky full of bane stars. In an instant, the endless bane stars were destroyed cleanly before it slashed into the old man's body. Chapter 3569. Puff! The old man was slashed apart. He could not stop the sword light at all. No matter how terrifying the old man's original body was, it was impossible to fight against Yi Shiwen with only a trace of spirit. Although the strength of Swordmaster was far less powerful than the original body, he was also a celestial master of the second realm. He was not at the bottom. Yi Shiwen grabbed the celestial master Taoist tool armor after the old man, transformed from the wisp of divine sense, was smashed into pieces. The original body had the meritorious tyrant golden body. It was enough to compete with the celestial master level armor alone. However, Swordmaster's avatar was far worse. Sword Tao focused on offense. It was also much weaker in defense. If one wanted to refine a celestial master level armor, the resources needed were astronomical. Swordmaster's avatar had not even started to refine his own celestial master level armor, let alone defense. Now that he had this armor at the level of a heavenly venerate Tao artifact, his defensive power would be raised to a whole new level after he completely refined it. Even if he encountered a third realm heavenly venerate, they wouldn't be able to hurt him and he would be able to escape unscathed. After all, he was different from the original body. He could not fight beyond his level. Even so, this was already very amazing. The old man obviously wanted to cultivate this Purple Eye Emperor as a key seedling. Otherwise, he would not easily give this celestial master level armor to her. Who knew that the Purple Eye Emperor would come to Buzhou Mountain to die, and this armor fell directly into Yi Shiwen's hands. Yi Shiwen grabbed this armor in his hand and explored it with his spirit. Only then did he know that this armor was called the Clothes of Destruction. It contained the law of destruction. As long as the law of destruction could be understood, there was even a chance for an emperor to be promoted to a celestial master. It was extremely amazing. Moreover, this method made Yi Shiwen gasp in amazement. He had used the law of destruction to refine the armor. One must know that the average person would use the law of destruction to attack, and would refine it into an offensive divine weapon. However, Yi Shiwen had taken a different approach now. He had used the law of destruction to refine a defensive armor. Because of the characteristics of the law of destruction, it could destroy everything. Even to the extreme, it could also destroy the attack of others. In this way, it could also achieve the effect of defense. The backup that Yi Shiwen had left behind in the Buzhou Mountain couldn't kill the Purple Eye Emperor. It was destroyed by the law of destruction. However, even though he had killed the old man, he still felt a little uneasy. It had to be said that the old man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, one that was even stronger than a medium heavenly venerate. Even though it was just a strand of his primordial spirit, it possessed a might that could look down on everything under the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. When did such a terrifying existence exist in the outer regions? Moreover, it was an old freak. This was undoubtedly where Yi Shiwen's flaw lay. He had only been cultivating for a short period of time. Moreover, he had been focusing on martial arts. Therefore, he didn't know many ancient secrets. Otherwise, he would have known the identity of this old man immediately. But no matter what, since this old man was so frightening, then the matter of the foreign forces attacking the Fortune divine dynasty would not be resolved so easily. However, there was no other way now. He could only wait for Yi Shiwen and the medium Heavenly Venerate to return. Now that he thought about it, the Fortune divine dynasty's army should have already received the news. Originally, in Yi Shiwen's opinion, the foreign allied forces were simply courting death. No matter how brave they were, no matter how much territory they conquered, it was useless. When the Fortune divine dynasty's army returned, it would be the time of their death. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't stop the sneak attack of the Fortune divine dynasty's army with the Fortune universe map. In recent years, the Fortune divine dynasty had been able to maintain its stability because of the existence of the Fortune universe scroll. However, now that Yi Shiwen thought about it again, he was afraid that everything was not so simple. The old man's strength was so terrifying. Since he dared to lead the army to attack the Fortune divine dynasty, then he must have a trump card and means. It would not be so easy for the Fortune divine dynasty to quell the chaos this time. The real chaos was coming. Yi Shiwen sighed. He didn't know whether such a chaotic world was a good thing or a bad thing for him. Only in a chaotic world could heroes rise from the wilderness. Dragons and snakes would rise from the land for a while, and all of them would come into being. What gave him an even bigger headache was that both the Silver Moon clan and the Heavenly Dao sect avoided fighting and conserved their strength, especially the Heavenly Dao sect. Even with a celestial master overseeing the sect, they could only hole up in their sect and not come out. And they seemed to have formed a tacit understanding with the foreign allied forces. As long as Heavenly Sect didn't take the initiative to attack, the foreign allied forces would not bite this hard bone. Under such circumstances, the human race who took the initiative to stand out would inevitably become the target of public criticism. They would become the main target of the foreign allied forces. However, this was something they had to do. If they couldn't organize the allied forces with the strength of the human race, they would be annihilated in minutes. It was just that the foreign allied forces would suffer more losses. Time waited for no man. At this point, there weren't many choices left for him. He could only fight. Even if he died in battle, he couldn't drag out an ignoble existence. Now he knew that his main body must be on the way back, so he could only delay the time as much as possible and wait for his main body to return. He didn't know what level his main body had cultivated to now, but it was foreseeable that he would be much stronger than when he left. He still had a hunch about this. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it was just a matter of an instant. The purple-eyed emperor was almost scared to death when he saw the scene. The spirit left by that person was actually destroyed by Yi Shiwen. At this time, he really understood the gap between him and Yi Shiwen. Almost instantly, he had already made a decision to escape frantically. He suddenly tore open the space and wanted to escape by space jump. You want to escape at this time? Don't you think it's too late? Yi Shiwen sneered slightly. His arm slashed down like a big sword. In an instant, there was an invisible wave that flew out from his arm, tearing through the endless space. The sword Qi slashed at the Purple-Eye Emperor's body. Even though the Purple-Eye Emperor wanted to escape, it was all futile. In the face of this invisible sword Qi, the Purple-Eye Emperor was shredded into a mist of blood and his essence spirit was destroyed. Then he was immediately grabbed by Yi Shiwen's big hand and kept together. At this time, the emperors on Mount Buzhou reacted. The purple-eyed emperor, who seemed to be unrivaled, couldn't even resist one move from Yi Shiwen. If it wasn't for the clothes of destruction, a celestial master level armor, he wouldn't even be able to resist Yi Shiwen's aura. Yi Shiwen once again announced how terrifying a celestial master was with practical actions. It was just a ridiculous idea for an emperor to challenge a celestial master. Even a severely injured celestial master was far more powerful than the emperor imagined. Yi Shiwen could do it because he was Yi Shiwen. That was all. There was no other reason. Greetings, Wu Zun. At this moment, these sovereign emperors bowed one after another. Although the Yi Shiwen before them was only a sword Dao clone and not the main body, such strength was enough for them to worship. Not to mention, there was an even more powerful and terrifying Yi Shiwen behind him. Get up, Yi Shiwen said. To him, killing a purple-eyed emperor was a piece of cake. It wasn't a big deal. Your Honor, I would like to ask about the Fortune God Dynasty's army. At this time, Fengyi couldn't help but ask. When he was in charge of the overall situation of the race, he didn't allow others to ask questions in order to stabilize the situation. Now that he saw Yi Shiwen here, how could he not ask? I haven't received any news yet, but it's not a complete annihilation. You can rest assured about this. Otherwise, how can I not know? Yi Shiwen said. Everyone, don't worry. Now, the Fortune God Dynasty must have received the news and is on the way back. As long as we delay the foreign army for a while, when the reinforcements return, destroying them will be a piece of cake. Upon hearing Yi Shiwen's words, all the emperors felt relieved. Compared to them, Yi Shiwen was a celestial master, so he could obtain much more information than them. What's more, now that Yi Shiwen was here personally, even if it was only a martial avatar, it was still a genuine celestial master. This could not be fake. Now that the celestial masters of the eastern region were like tortoises hiding in their shells for various reasons, with Yi Shiwen's leadership, the human race could be like a bright light in the dark, attracting countless people. Originally, Fengyi was the only one who issued the call. With his rallying power, he could only summon a part of them. But now, with Yi Shiwen personally issuing the call, the possibility of forming a coalition army was much higher, and the scale was much larger than the original plan, enough to resist the attack of the foreign coalition army. For a time, the emperors felt their spirits lifted. With Yi Shiwen as their backbone, they were no longer confused. For the human race, it was more like injecting a cardiac stimulant. As long as Yi Shiwen was still there was still hope for the human race. Naturally, they would not worry about anything, and the dark clouds that filled their hearts were swept away. Although no one in the human race knew when Yi Shiwen left behind this Sword Master avatar, there was no doubt that the existence of the Sword Master avatar was like a stabilizing force, stabilizing all the rumors and slanders in the human race. Yi Shiwen's appearance directly destroyed this market of rumors and slanders, and a rumor that the Fortune God Dynasty's army was completely annihilated was treated as a joke. Under such circumstances, as time passed, the foreign coalition army gradually approached the land of the 11 prefectures. Chapter 3570. The news of a human martial saint personally coming forward to organize the allied forces to fight against the foreign allied forces quickly spread throughout the eastern region. For the eastern region, which was currently in a state of panic, this was undoubtedly a cardiac stimulant, causing many people to be less flustered. After all, there were heavenly venerables in the Eastern Territory. No matter how dangerous the situation was, as long as there were heavenly venerables, the Eastern Territory still had hope. The foreign allied forces and the Fortune God Dynasty were irreconcilable enemies. Over the years, no one knew how many people had been killed by each other. Moreover, most of the people in the Fortune Divine Dynasty were existences that had shivered in fear under the foreign world's creatures in the past. Many old antiques that had lived for a long time could still remember how the foreign world's creatures had bullied them. They were in a precarious situation. They could become the food of the foreign creatures at any time. They really had no power to protect themselves. Therefore, many experts of the Fortune God Dynasty would rather fight to the death than surrender. But now no one took the lead. Even if they fought to the death, it wouldn't have much impact on the foreign allied forces. Now that Yi Shiwen had taken the lead, it naturally attracted the support of countless people. Most importantly, It was rumored that the Fortune God dynasty's army on the battlefield had been annihilated by the ancient era's attack. But now, it seemed like Yi Shiwen had also returned. Then the rumor must be false. In one night, the entire Eastern Territory's anxious situation was reversed. This was the role of a heavenly venerable, like a stabilizing force. Everyone believed that after some time, when the ancient era's Fortune Divine Dynasty's army returned, it would be time to launch a counterattack, especially since the foreign realms' allied forces had been too overbearing and brutal in their attacks. More often than not, clans would be uprooted one by one. Clans that were once extremely powerful and glorious were almost instantly destroyed under such attacks. At this time, the entire Fortune God dynasty was united against a common enemy. They wanted to fight to the death with these foreign creatures. Facing Yi Shiwen's sudden appearance, even the heavenly venerables of the Eastern Territory were a little confused. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen had followed the Fortune God dynasty's army to battle the ancient era. Even if the Fortune God dynasty's army wanted to assemble and return, it shouldn't be so fast. However, the heavenly venerable's aura coming from Mount Buzhou was real. It was not fake. Perhaps it was just a trace of a heavenly venerable's spirit. That kind of aura could deal with ordinary emperors, but it couldn't deceive the heavenly venerables. Suddenly, some people complained that Yi Shiwen was meddling in other people's business. Some people also felt that he was overestimating himself. The foreign creature army was coming in a threatening manner. It was not something that one or two celestial masters could deal with. Even if Yi Shiwen was tyrannical, he would be of no use in this situation. Blocking in front of the foreign allied forces now was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yi Shiwen was also clear about the thoughts of these celestial masters. However, he was disdainful in his heart. These celestial masters had been cultivating for too long. Their Tao heart was covered in dust. After experiencing all kinds of setbacks, they had long lost their invincible momentum. In the face of the foreign allied forces, they would only put their own safety before matters of principle and not dare to stand out. Perhaps it was for their own safety, or perhaps it was because of other purposes. They wanted to use the hands of the foreign allied forces to help them eradicate some of the races and forces that were inconvenient for them to eradicate, clearing out a piece of territory. However, after losing the courage to move forward, everything would slow down. There was no such good thing in the world. It was impossible to protect oneself and advance by leaps and bounds in cultivation. The reason why he was able to make such a huge leap in his cultivation was because of his indomitable will. After Yi Shiwen took charge, the Human Race Coalition Conference was organized very smoothly. In front of such a celestial master, especially in front of a celestial master who had just shown his great power, there was no need to acknowledge him. In order to encourage the creatures in the East region against the foreign allied forces, Yi Shiwen did not announce to the public that he was actually just a Sword Dao clone. His main body was still fighting against the ancient era on the battlefield. However, the emperors on Mount Buzhou basically knew about it. They didn't know how Yi Shiwen had done it and how much he had paid to achieve it. However, it was an indisputable fact that there were two celestial masters in the human race. This also made many people unable to look at the human race as a rising clan. In fact, this was not something that a rising clan could do. Even many old, powerful races and super sects could not be compared to the current human race at this time. Moreover, the human race was currently holding the power of the world and had obtained the world's prestige. Once they defeated the allied forces from the other domains, the human race's prestige would soar to an unimaginable level. It was even possible to become the strongest clan in the East region in one step. The Silver Moon clan could be foreseen to decline and be inferior to the human race. With the development of the East region's popularity, the potential of the human race would also be incredible. Whether it was the Silver Moon clan or the Heavenly Taoism, these benefits were not unknown. However, to reap all these benefits, the premise was that the human race could withstand the attack of the foreign allied forces. In terms of the thunderous momentum of the foreign allied forces, any single clan in front of this torrent would be courting death. Even if the human race organized the allied forces, and their strength was much more tyrannical compared to the foreign allied forces, they were still inferior. If they could not even resist the first wave, how could they talk about the future benefits? Yi Shiwen also knew this, but he was not willing to give up because there was already a cliff behind him. There was no way out. The so-called surrender had never appeared in his dictionary. He sat on Mount Buzhou. The specific matters of the alliance were handled by the Fengyi clan. He did not need to worry, nor did he need to intervene. Yi Shiwen opened the heavenly eye and placed his mind into the heavenly Taoism. He saw that on the vast and boundless continent of the entire East region, a real disaster had descended. There were military disasters everywhere. Countless clans and sects with only quasi-emperors were under attack. The foreign allied forces were like locusts. Everywhere they passed, not even a blade of grass grew. One after another, the big provinces were caught in the flames of war, filling the air with smoke. This was an extremely tragic battle. It should be said that it was a massacre. Without a leader, the East region could not organize a decent counterattack. They could only be slaughtered, one-sidedly. In the face of such a terrifying attack, it was impossible for any sect or clan to resist alone. Even the human race was no exception. Therefore, all Yi Shiwen could do was to delay for time. In the end, the cards he could use were too few. Although the cards in his hand were not bad, there was not much that Yi Shiwen could do in the face of the opponent's trump cards. Countless ferocious beasts transformed into their true forms and wreaked havoc in the East region. Compared to the Fortune God dynasty, there were more emperor-level creatures in the foreign domains. This was because they inherited their bloodline. Although they could only live for tens of millions of years, the advantage of this method of inheritance was that there were more emperor-level masters. Moreover, the emperor-level masters of the Fortune God dynasty could only be comprehended by oneself. There was no possibility of mass production. Even the current human race only had a few emperor-level masters, and this was the result of Yi Shiwen's wholehearted cultivation. However, there were still less than 10 people. The imperial family of the foreign domains might only be an ordinary imperial family, but they had more emperor-level masters than the human race. In front of Yi Shiwen's heavenly eye, there was no way to hide the situation. This was a huge, chaotic world. If such chaos had erupted before Yi Shiwen crossed the tribulation and became a heavenly master, then Yi Shiwen could only lead a part of the human race's elites to retreat into the central region. However, there was still a chance now. The most important thing was to buy enough time for his main body to return. Moreover, chaotic world is not necessarily a bad thing. If not for such a chaotic world, how could our human race have such a great momentum? How much time would it take to develop to the top of the East region? Yi Shiwen said with a burning gaze, "For the human race, this chaotic world was an extremely disastrous test, but it was also a rare opportunity. If the human race could withstand it, there would be a rebirth of development which was equivalent to the effect of ascending to the heavens. Moreover, such a great prestige would also become a huge help when the main body became an Eastern heavenly master. If the main body successfully became an Eastern heavenly master, then there would be too many benefits in the future. Many local races would be indebted to the human race for saving their lives." It was only a matter of time before Yi Shiwen successfully pacified the East region. The foreign allied army is now sweeping the periphery, and they are encircling our human race little by little. Yi Shiwen saw all of this. The foreign allied army had already planned to attack the human race. However, the human race was not an ordinary sect or clan after all. It was a super strong race that occupied the land of 11 provinces. It was also one of the few in the entire East region. Although the foreign allied army came menacingly during this time and seemed invincible, in fact, they were picking the soft persimmons to pinch. The real strong races and sects avoided them as much as possible and completed the sweeping and plundering in the shortest time. When the strong races and sects of the East region were protecting themselves, the foreign allied army also tacitly avoided them. However, now the human race stood up for the East region, leading a wave of resistance. At this time, the foreign allied army could no longer ignore the situation of the human race. Since the foreign allied army is looking for trouble with our human race, then I will strike first. Yi Shiwen sneered. Chapter 3571. Now that he had thought of it, he would do as he said. He suddenly opened his eyes. Then an endless crack in the space was torn open with his body as the center. An incomparably long passageway was created, and went straight to the depths of the void. This was a sign that Yi Shiwen had pushed the laws of space to the extreme. Although this was a sword avatar, it did not mean that he knew nothing about the laws of space. That was simply impossible. The comprehension of the laws of space and time was the basic accomplishment of a heavenly master. Even if he was avatar condensed from sword avatar, these were still basic abilities. In just an instant, the end of the passageway appeared. It was a place in the eastern region where a sect's encampment was located. At this moment, the sect had been completely surrounded by the outer region alliance army. Up and down, there were foreign allied forces everywhere. All kinds of huge, ferocious beasts flew in the void one after another, constantly breaking the sect's enchantment. This sect was also considered very powerful. God-level experts were as numerous as rain, and divine kings and quasi-emperors were constantly emerging in order to resist the attack of the foreign allied forces. However, it was useless. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. They were beaten back again and again. Even so, the experts of these sects didn't retreat because they had nowhere else to retreat. Behind them was their sects and also where their loved ones were. One expert after another was blown up in the air, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Some were from this sect, and some were from the foreign allied forces. But most of them were from this sect. The absolute advantage of the foreign allied forces was completely displayed at this moment. There were as many experts as there were clouds, and there were dozens of quasi-emperor level ferocious beasts. They surrounded the entire sect from top to bottom. What was more terrifying was that behind these ferocious beasts, there was an incomparably huge, ferocious beast crawling in the depths of the void. It had an ancient aura on its body, and it was an emperor-level life form. At this moment, its huge eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the living beings in this sect. He was just waiting for the barrier and formation of this sect to be completely destroyed, and the tens of millions of living beings in this sect to be completely absorbed, turning them into blood and flesh, becoming his own power. His eyes shone with a terrifyingly fierce light. It had been a long time since he had fought so happily. Although no one in the outer domain cared about him and he could fight as he pleased in reality, he couldn't just go around killing without a care. This was especially true for sovereign emperors and extreme, great experts like him. If he was not careful, he could provoke other emperor-level experts from the foreign domains. Experts of the same level could pose a fatal threat to him. Therefore, the ones who were truly reckless were the juniors, and the old ancestors were merely existences to suppress them. Thus, it was very rare for them to fight as they pleased. But at this time, he suddenly felt a sense of extreme danger. A feeling of impending disaster suddenly emerged. Extreme powerhouses like them often had a very strong premonition. Having such a premonition almost meant that a terrible existence was eyeing him. He got up abruptly and looked in all directions. That heart-palpitating feeling was getting more and more serious. All of a sudden, a huge hand descended from the sky, grabbing at him from the distant void. Celestial Master! This fierce beast had just roared, but it was already too late. It was grabbed by a big hand, and then suddenly grabbed it. This emperor-level fierce beast exploded on the spot, bursting out an extremely mournful scream. He never expected that the one who attacked him would be a celestial master. It should be known that although celestial masters and emperors were both extreme powerhouses, they were not on the same level at all. This fierce beast's essence and blood were crushed by Yi Shiwen, and then slowly wriggled in the air, and then turned into a human figure. Who else could it be but Yi Shiwen? After grabbing this fierce beast spirit, he integrated a wisp of his own spirit into it, and turned into an emperor-level expert. Although it was only for a short time, it was enough. However, this figure turned his palm, and a long sword appeared in his hand, and then suddenly slashed down. Bang! In an instant, countless foreign allied forces were chopped up and turned into a blood mist that filled the sky. This sword had already destroyed hundreds of thousands of troops. One could imagine how ferocious this sword was. At this time, the foreign allied forces had yet to react. Weren't they the ones who had the upper hand earlier? How did the situation change completely in such a short time? They hadn't reacted yet, and hundreds of thousands of troops had been beheaded. After a breath's time, hundreds of thousands of troops had been beheaded again. At this time they finally reacted. The figure in front of them was their biggest enemy, especially those quasi-emperors. They roared and rushed over to kill Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had actually beheaded their emperor-level old ancestor. This was simply a disaster for their small clan. For the foreign allied forces, the difference between having an emperor-level old ancestor was simply like the difference between ice and fire, heaven and hell. At this time, they all went crazy and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. However, how could Yi Shiwen let them succeed? He unceasingly slashed out shocking sword energy and easily beheaded them. No matter what kind of experts rushed over, they couldn't resist this sword energy. In just a moment, these foreign allied forces, fierce beasts, had all been beheaded by Yi Shiwen's sword. They were not Yi Shiwen's opponents at all, although they only had the strength of emperor level, which was incomparable to heavenly master level. But for those quasi-emperors and god-kings who had not reached the extreme realm, it was almost a disaster. They were almost easily beheaded, and they didn't have any power to fight back at all. For a time, rivers of blood flowed everywhere, and this army was quickly beheaded by Yi Shiwen's incarnation. Then, Yi Shiwen's divine thoughts disappeared, and his body turned into a pool of blood and fell down. Everyone in this sect was dumbfounded. They were originally prepared to die in battle, but they didn't expect that things would turn around in the end. Not only were they safe, but they were also rescued. On the contrary, the foreign allied forces that besieged them were completely annihilated. This feeling was really too dramatic. Who is this? Everyone asked. How could they not express their gratitude after being rescued by such a powerful expert? This is Wu Zun. I have seen his portrait. It is indeed him. At this time, someone in the sect shouted, obviously recognizing Yi Shiwen. He is really our savior. Yes, when this matter is over, I will go on a pilgrimage to Mount Buzhou on foot. Even if I can't see the old man, it will be good to kowtow at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 3572. For a time, the entire sect was filled with gratitude for Yi Shiwen. No one would ever understand the despair in the face of death until the moment of real death. Because of this, Yi Shiwen, who gave them a new life, made them worship him so much. Otherwise, ordinary emperor lords and heavenly masters would at most make them feel fear, but not so grateful. This was just a matter of convenience for Yi Shiwen. In fact, it depended on his mood who he would save first and who he would save later. After all, his heart was like a boulder. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. However, the deaths and injuries of millions of people weren't enough to move him, let alone the other sects and clans that he had no relations with. However, for them this was a life-saving grace. The situation was completely different. The foreign creature army here had been slaughtered in a short period of time, and the crisis had been resolved. However, to the entire foreign allied army, this was just a corner of the land. Even if the entire army was wiped out and the war was lost, it wouldn't matter much. Yi Shiwen also knew this. Therefore, after slaughtering the army here, he immediately turned to another place. He used the great magic power of a heavenly master and directly displayed the method of crossing time and space. He directly tore a space channel, and on the other side of the channel there was an extremely hot battlefield. This was a powerful tribe, and there was an emperor lord presiding over it. Therefore, it could be said that they were very awe-inspiring on ordinary days and could get wind and rain whenever they wanted. However, at this time, facing the attack of the foreign allied forces, they had no power to fight back because the foreign allied forces were stronger than them. There were already more than 3 top emperor-level creatures that had appeared. Therefore, the emperor lord in this clan could only bitterly hold on and opened a barrier to resist, but he did not dare to casually go out of the ancestral land to attack. Otherwise, he would be attacked by 3 emperor-level creatures. They could only watch these foreign allied forces carry out endless killings in their ancestral land. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up like a mountain. Such losses had not occurred for many years. However, they did not even have the power to resist at all. They were not a match at all. Damn it, damn it, damn it! He had never felt so powerless before, but now he truly felt how weak he was. Although he was an extreme expert, he was completely powerless in the face of such a huge change. He was not a match for them at all. He could even see through the layers of formations and boundaries that surrounded the ancestral land. He could also see the huge bodies of the 3 emperor-level creatures surrounding the ancestral land, as well as their extremely violent eyes. It was as if the entire world should die in those indifferent eyes. He wondered just how much killing they had gone through to be able to come to Yang City. He wasn't afraid to face any one of them, but the other party had completely put on a look of who wants to fight you one-on-one, leaving him with no choice but to fight to the death. In the past, he had also led troops to attack the outer realm. Was this retribution? Even an extreme powerhouse like him, who had broken free from the river of fate and never believed in fate, still felt this way at this moment. This was not even a race war. Whether it was a race war within the Fortune Divine dynasty or the outer realm, even a life-and-death battle was nothing compared to the scene. He had already begun to consider the possibility of escaping. For him, he was the true core of this race. As long as he was still alive, his race would not be destroyed. But if he died, then even if the race was not destroyed, it would be no different from being exterminated. He was not willing to give up this race unless it was absolutely necessary. He was like a guardian god protecting this race. But from another perspective, the destiny of the race also protected his path of cultivation. Not to mention, it provided him with a huge amount of cultivation wealth at every moment. More than half of it was obtained by him. It could be said that it was a mutually beneficial situation. For example, Yi Shiwen could be said to be purely invested in the human race. It would take a very long time to achieve a balance of income and gain huge benefits from the human race. In the end, the heritage of the human race was still too shallow. It was okay to support an emperor, but to support a heavenly master was not something that ordinary sects and clans could do. However, Yi Shiwen was an anomaly. Originally, the human race should have developed normally and become strong enough. Then an emperor and a heavenly master would naturally appear. But Yi Shiwen did not abide by this rule at all. He appeared in front of the world as if he had jumped 3 levels and forcibly brought the human race to that step. However, he was also very clear that the 3 emperor-level existences were only watching and did not make a move. Their goal was him. The moment he made a move, he would immediately be surrounded and then killed. Although he was an emperor-level emperor, the other 3 were also emperor-level existences. Whatever he knew, they also knew. In this regard, he had no advantage at all. No, if this goes on, I will only be forced to death step by step. When that time comes, I won't even have the qualifications to fight to the death. The Emperor suddenly stood up and prepared to fight with these 3 foreign emperor-level existences. At this point, there was nothing he could not do. Suddenly, just as he was about to risk it all, a burst of terrifying spiritual power came from the sky. Then, the sky violently fluctuated like the surface of water. Then, a spatial passage appeared in the sky. Hiss, who is it? The Emperor Lord leaped to his feet. The Fortune Divine dynasty was incomparably vast, and any province was several times bigger than an ordinary world. It was already amazing for an emperor lord to be able to form a giant hand from a province and grab another province. This giant hand had grabbed from the depths of the distant void. It was unknown how many provinces it was separated by. This kind of power and terrifying fluctuations. Who else could it be other than a heavenly master? Only a heavenly master could have the power to grab from one end of a big domain to the other. Although the three emperor-class life forms were tyrannical and cruel, none of them were fools. They immediately recognized that this was something only a heavenly venerate could do. Some celestial venerables made their move. They immediately turned around and fled. But how could they escape from the celestial venerables' big hands? They were immediately grabbed by Yi Shiwen and turned into a rain of blood. Then they condensed into several figures that looked exactly like Yi Shiwen. These people brandished their swords and killed their way into the foreign creature's army. With a casual slash, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were annihilated. The speed of the slaughter was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, all of them had been slaughtered. The emperor was almost scared silly by the sudden change in front of him, but he still looked at the appearance of the people in front of him and immediately recognized Yi Shiwen. There were not many heavenly masters in the eastern region. In particular, the famous ones who appeared in front of everyone could be counted with one hand. Among them, Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly the most in the limelight recently. Therefore, he quickly recognized Yi Shiwen. He immediately felt guilty in his heart. He didn't go when Yi Shiwen wanted to convene the alliance. That was because his position was close to heavenly Taoism. So, he was closer to heavenly Taoism. Moreover, the origin of his studies was indeed somewhat related to heavenly Taoism. However, at this point, heavenly Taoism did not help. Instead, Yi Shiwen, who was far away, helped them. How could this not make him sigh with emotion? However, after this experience, he decided that he must organize an allied army. Without the protection of the allied army, a force like theirs would be almost vulnerable when facing the allied army of the outer realm. They would only be defeated one by one. Thank you, Your Honor, for saving my life. After this matter is over, I will personally go to Mount Buzhou to pay my respects to Your Honor to thank you for saving my life. If there is anything in the future, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. The emperor quickly said. It was not only because he was grateful, but also because he could see from this matter that heavenly Taoism was not reliable at all. Usually, they were very diligent in collecting his offerings. However, when it came to life and death, they could not be relied on. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen did not even have any contact with him. Yet, Yi Shiwen helped him out of righteousness. This had already given him an answer. Well, be on guard. Now is not the time to relax. Yi Shiwen just nodded, and then the body formed by the blood rain directly dispersed. After saving another place, Yi Shiwen began to move on to the next place without stopping. His eyes illuminated thousands of miles. The entire eastern region from top to bottom, except for some special places, was in his eyes. It just so happened that he could continue to save more people. It would also increase the strength of his alliance. It would also increase the reputation of the human race and himself. Yi Shiwen brazenly attacked with the body of a heavenly master. One could imagine how fast the speed was. Often, a foreign alliance army was besieging a force of the Fortune God dynasty. However, in a short period of time, they were all slaughtered. Not even one returned. In a short period of time, more than a dozen foreign alliance armies were slaughtered by Yi Shiwen. Among them, more than 20 foreign emperors were slaughtered. Although these emperor-level creatures could rely on the power of their bloodline to advance to the emperor realm, it would take millions of years for them to grow. Now they were beheaded in an instant. The loss was not small. However, this was a blow from another level, beyond the limit that the emperors could resist. And this abnormal situation soon alarmed the Foreign Alliance army. They suddenly flew into a rage. Although they did not react at first, there were also Heavenly Master-level experts in the foreign regions. The situation of Yi Shiwen's continuous attacks was quickly discovered. For a time, the entire Foreign Alliance army was boiling with anger. Chapter 3573. In particular, many Emperor Realm experts were so angry that they flipped the table. Yi Shiwen's actions were against the rules, and he directly attacked. According to the tacit understanding between these Heavenly Masters would not casually attack an ordinary army because the combat power of an Heavenly Master was too terrifying. When both sides had Heavenly Masters, they would often restrain themselves. Just like nuclear weapons, when both sides had nuclear weapons, they could maintain peace. This was also the reason why the foreign domains and the Fortune God dynasty could maintain a general peace in recent years. Because with the terrifying strength of both sides, as long as it wasn't a Heavenly Master expert, even peak Emperor Realm experts like the Battle Emperor and Night Emperor couldn't cause any fatal impact on the overall situation of both sides. No matter how powerful an Emperor Realm expert was, they could still be overwhelmed to death. But Heavenly Masters were different. It was impossible for an Emperor Realm expert to overwhelm a Heavenly Master unless they were Heavenly Master experts of the same level. Because of this, both sides wouldn't attack easily. Although there were Heavenly Masters in the Foreign Domain Coalition army, the number of times they attacked was quite limited because they were maintaining the most fundamental balance. They couldn't attack at will because once they did, some Eastern Domain Heavenly Masters who maintained a tacit understanding with them wouldn't just stand by and watch. Although those Heavenly Masters had a tacit understanding with them to not attack each other, they definitely wouldn't watch the Foreign Domain Coalition army enter the Fortune God dynasty. That was contrary to their fundamental interests. They maintained a tacit understanding with each other to protect themselves, and they also wanted to borrow the strength of the Foreign Domain Coalition army to eradicate some people that they couldn't easily eradicate. Although the Heavenly Tao sect leader and the others didn't seem to do anything, at the very least they held up the Heavenly Masters in the Foreign Domain Coalition army so that they couldn't attack easily. But Yi Shiwen's appearance suddenly broke the balance between both sides. Facing such a guy who didn't follow the rules at all, they were also angry. It wasn't that Yi Shiwen didn't understand the tacit understanding between them, but who cared? Since they were already forced to this point, who would care about the rules? Because the human race was different from other races. They had Heavenly Masters, which meant that the Foreign Domain Coalition army didn't need to follow the rules and could send Heavenly Masters. In other words, no matter what, the situation of the human race facing the Foreign Domain Coalition army and Heavenly Masters would not change. Under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen would have to be crazy to talk about rules with them. This is too much. Kill the martial sovereign. Gather our men and head straight to Mount Buzhou. We'll make this idiot pay the price. It wasn't just the Emperor monarchs who were enraged. The Heavenly Venerables of the other domains were also enraged. There were many Emperor-level life forms in their allied forces, but no matter how many they had, they couldn't allow themselves to be slaughtered like this. At this time, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, many sovereign emperors who saw this scene almost had their eyes popped out. Yi Shiwen did not hide his attack from them. It could even be said that he did it to deter them and let them contribute to the alliance with peace of mind. They could clearly see that Yi Shiwen had easily caught an incomparably powerful emperor-level creature in a certain big province of the eastern region. Then he had used it to exterminate the army that they had brought with them. They had never dreamt of such a method. Although they knew that there was a big gap between a Heavenly Venerate and an Emperor Lord, they had never thought that the gap would be this big. A casual strike from an Emperor Lord could often kill an Emperor Lord. There were even outstanding peak Emperor Lords among the Emperor Lords. But in fact, they were killed after resisting for a while. This is the legendary Heavenly Venerate. At this time, the Emperor Lords said in horror. They had the urge to kneel on the ground and worship. Yi Shiwen was so powerful that it was really terrifying. However, They didn't know that although Yi Shiwen was only a sword avatar of the second realm, the means that he could use were far more powerful than the ordinary second realm. After all, with his main body, many insights would also affect him. He could even use his main body's understanding of the heavenly way. Although he had just entered the second realm, he had consolidated his realm almost immediately. It was only natural that he was at the peak of the second realm. Yi Shiwen did it to deter them. He also wanted them to understand that the alliance was very reliable and that they shouldn't play tricks. This was also a helpless move. The so-called trend was irresistible. However, at this time the trend was with the allied forces of the other domains. If he commanded such an army, he wouldn't need to say any nonsense. He could directly crush whoever he didn't like. The wealth of the emperor-level creatures that Yi Shiwen killed also fell into Yi Shiwen's hands, and then was distributed to the human race emperors in the 11 provinces. As for the other emperor lords who came to the alliance meeting, they were not so lucky. They could only watch. Yi Shiwen was not a good person to this extent. These wealth were indeed useless to him, but it was not wasted. Therefore, the emperor lords in the 11 provinces made a huge fortune. They were eager for Yi Shiwen to attack a few more times. Yi Shiwen could obtain unimaginable wealth with just a casual attack. However, Yi Shiwen only knew that this was already impossible because he had already sensed that several heavenly venerate divine senses swept on Mount Buzhou. As long as he opened the space channel again, those heavenly venerates would rush over immediately. These divine senses were both surveillance and a warning to him not to act rashly. Otherwise, they would not be polite. Yi Shiwen sneered. He knew the plan of the allied forces of the other domains. They didn't intend to fight head-on at all. Instead, they wanted to build up the momentum and overturn the human race instantly. What he had to do was to delay as much as possible the time when the allied forces of the other domains launched the final general attack, so as to buy time for his main body to return. He could already faintly feel the existence of his main body. It was only a matter of time before his main body returned. He must be on the way now. I have no other choice but to fight. If I'm forced into a corner, I'll have no choice but to give up my cultivation. Compared to that, it's more important to protect the foundation of the human race and preserve the vitality of the Eastern domain. Yi Shiwen had already decided that if he was forced into a corner, he could only self-destruct. Even if he died in battle, he must delay their footsteps. The human race was his foundation, and he could not afford to lose it. The Eastern region was his future foundation. If he suffered heavy losses now, his forces would eventually be weakened, and he would be the one who suffered losses. That was why he had the mind to save so many sects and clans that he had never seen before and didn't know at all. Those were his future deployments. He was determined to obtain the position of the Eastern Heavenly Lord. At this time, he deeply hated those old Heavenly Lords for being wise and protecting themselves. At this time, they still dared to play this trick. If they had stood up in time, the allied forces of the other domains would not have fallen to this point. He was even forced to fight with all his strength, and even prepared to die in battle. Suddenly, at this time, Yi Shiwen saw an incomparably huge palace in the sky of the eastern region. This palace was high up in the sky, overlooking the entire land of the eastern region. The entire palace was extremely luxurious. The walls of the palace were actually formed by the crystal wall of the space. It was a dazzling sight everywhere. That was the Eastern Heavenly Lord Palace, and also the central governing place of the entire eastern region. At this time, an incomparably huge crack appeared on the Eastern Heavenly Lord Palace. Countless troops poured out and attacked the Eastern Heavenly Lord Palace. In this army, there were divine kings, quasi-emperors, and emperors. However, the most conspicuous among them were 2 men and 1 woman. They had extremely terrifying surging auras. It's the Heavenly Lords. Yi Shiwen immediately recognized these 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old. The other one was a handsome and fair-skinned teenager. The woman was dressed in red. She looked like a young woman who was about 20 years old. Although these three people were in human form, they had unimaginable, monstrous auras. They were foreign life forms. However, what made Yi Shiwen feel strange was that these foreign life forms did not come from the eastern region's stormy sea region, but from the southern region's infinite wasteland. It was a foreign domain similar to the stormy sea region. The living environment was extremely harsh, and there was violent spiritual energy everywhere. Ordinary gods would be torn to pieces if they approached it. It used to be a place that foreign life forms were unwilling to set foot in. However, ever since the rise of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, a portion of the foreign world's creatures were driven there, taking root and living there for generations. Therefore, this portion of foreign world's creatures had the heaven wasteland's aura. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't be able to see it, but Huang Xiaolong could. In his eyes, there were not many secrets of the heavenly Tao, let alone this kind of aura. Yi Shiwen frowned. After the foreign allied forces were mobilized, they were naturally divided into battle zones. Now, these foreign emperors and foreign armies had rushed here. This was a classic example of crossing the line. The three foreign heavenly venerables spoke directly. If the Eastern Heavenly Venerate residence surrenders now, you will not die. If you do not surrender, you will die. However, no one in the Eastern Heavenly Venerate residence wavered. Those who could guard the Eastern Heavenly Venerate residence were undoubtedly the most trusted subordinates of the Middle Heavenly Venerates. They were also die-hard loyalists of the Fortune God dynasty. How could they surrender just because of a few words? On the contrary, the Eastern Heavenly Venerate residents had left behind many means. Although there were no Heavenly Venerates, the fierce counterattacks that they launched were no less than those of a Heavenly Venerate. Many of them were left behind by the Middle Heavenly Venerate, and even some by the previous Eastern Heavenly Venerate. The depth of their heritage was simply unimaginable. In an instant, the war between the two sides broke out. Chapter 3574. The Eastern Heavenly Venerate residence had many layers of defenses and various means. From the outside, it looked like a palace complex. However, in reality, it was like a military fortress. Without a Heavenly Venerate, no matter how many sovereign emperors there were, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Even the crystal walls surrounding the East Empyrean residence couldn't be broken through. It was precisely because of these crystal walls that the East Empyrean residence was isolated in another space. Although it could be seen with the naked eye, it wasn't actually in the Fortune world. This was a very impressive method. Although it was not as good as the God of Creation, which was built by the Fortune Creation Heavenly Monarch, it had been reinforced by countless experts over the years and had reached an unimaginable level. Even if an Empyrean attacked with all their strength, they might not be able to break through. If there was an Empyrean overseeing it, then even if there were 10 times more Empyreans, they still wouldn't be able to break through. This was the power of the Eastern Empyrean residence's defenses. Yi Shiwen also wanted to make Mount Buzhou of the human race to this level. Unfortunately, it was too difficult. Even a heavenly master like him couldn't accomplish it in a short time. The Heavenly Venerables of Tianhuang region's outer domain had rushed over to attack because there were no Heavenly Venerables present. They wanted to breach the Eastern Heavenly Sovereign residence and plunder the boundless wealth within. The Eastern Empyrean residence had been the center of governance for generations of Eastern Empyreans. The wealth it contained was simply unimaginable. Once it was taken away, the entire Eastern region would suffer a great blow. Seeing the scene, Yi Shiwen snorted coldly and said in a loud voice, "Are you people going to watch these people besiege the Eastern deity residence and not come out? This is a slap in the face." Yi Shiwen's voice transformed into the laws of the great Tao and penetrated deep into the heavenly Tao. Only those celestial venerables could hear his words. This was the highest form of communication. Only those Empyreans could hear it. He wanted to let those Empyreans who were cowards hear it. The heavenly venerables of Infinite Wasteland were not only slapping the Eastern region's face, but also slapping their faces. Even the allied forces of the Tempest Sea region wouldn't dare attack Eastern, Heavenly Venerate residents at this time because of its special status. Humph. A few cold snorts came from the void. They were obviously infuriated by Yi Shiwen's words. However, they still didn't intend to attack. The world is really in chaos. Even the people of Infinite Wasteland dare to come here to take advantage of us. You can watch and do nothing, but I can't. This place will be my temporary residence in the future. How can I allow you to act so arrogantly here? As Yi Shiwen spoke, he suddenly grabbed the void with his big hand, and a huge space passage was ripped open by him. Then Yi Shiwen's figure turned into a flash of golden light and instantly arrived near the Eastern deity residence. The 3 outer domain Heavenly Venerates who were besieging the Eastern Heavenly Venerate residence immediately noticed it. An Empyrean of the Eastern region? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Shiwen and seemed a little puzzled. He thought that all the celestial masters of the Eastern region should have been restrained by the Stormy Sea region. Who are you? The middle-aged man reacted quickly. I don't care who you are, it's not too late for you to surrender now. This time, the Fortune Divine Dynasty won't be able to escape annihilation. But as long as you are willing to surrender, we are willing to give you the treatment that an Empyrean deserves. A Celestial Master level master was a superior person wherever he went. Naturally, they also wanted to rope in Yi Shiwen. Surrender? I think you are the ones courting death. Yi Shiwen sneered. How dare a mere second realm Heavenly Venerate like you yell at us? You really don't want to live. At this time the woman in red sneered. Her cultivation was at the 5th realm, and she was extremely powerful. She was much stronger than the current Yi Shiwen. Apart from her, the middle-aged man also had a cultivation base of the 4th realm. The young man had the highest cultivation base, a full 6th realm cultivation base. He was only a step away from becoming a high-level 7th realm Heavenly Venerate. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just capture him. If he is sensible and is willing to surrender, then give him a chance to be a slave. If he is unwilling, then kill him directly. The young man said decisively. Among these 3, his status was obviously the highest. To be able to make such a decision, the weight of a Heavenly Venerate seemed to be nothing in his heart. He didn't care about it at all. Moreover, the other 2 were obviously following his lead, which further highlighted the extraordinariness of this young man. I just want to know where you come from. How dare you be so arrogant? Yi Shiwen said. Even if there are so many Heavenly Venerates in the Stormy Sea region, none of them would dare to attack the Eastern Heavenly Venerate mansion. How dare you? My name is Ancient Chaos Heavenly Venerate. I am destined to be the master of the entire world. The young man said coldly. Blood-robed Heavenly Venerate, Infinite Wasteland Barbarian Venerate, what are you 2 waiting for? Kill him and take out the Heavenly Venerate source. I will ask the old man to refine his Heavenly Venerate source into an elixir so that we can consume it and improve our cultivation greatly. Hearing this young man's words, the other 2 Heavenly Venerates' expressions suddenly changed. Especially when the young man mentioned the old man, it made them feel cold all over. They didn't dare to disobey. The master of the entire world? How arrogant! Yi Shiwen said, even the 4 Heavenly Venerates of the East, South, West, and Middle Heavenly Venerates didn't dare to say that they were the master of the entire world. Since ancient times, only the fated Heaven Lord had dared to call himself the master of the entire world. The Heavenly Venerates were extremely arrogant existences. Unless they were as tyrannical as the fated Heaven Lord, no one could convince the masses. If an ordinary person dared to call himself that, he would simply be courting death. You don't need to know whether I have such an ability or not, because you are about to die. The young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't intend to take action personally. In his opinion, a heavenly venerate of the second realm wasn't qualified for him to take action personally. "Hurry up and do it!" At the young man's command, the woman in red suddenly moved. In an instant, the entire world turned into a sea of blood, as if this place had become a sea of blood. The endless sea of blood directly swept towards Yi Shiwen. Within this sea of blood, one figure after another appeared. All of them were peerless masters who could casually blast out a peerless, unique skill. They surrounded Yi Shiwen and almost killed him in an instant. "Break!" Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. His words were followed by the law. The bloody people in front of him exploded in an instant and fell into the sea of blood. It seemed as if they had been killed by an invisible sword. Wherever his gaze landed, those bloody people would explode one after another. His gaze could also kill and destroy the world. He had truly cultivated the way of the sword to an unimaginable level, fusing it into every part of his body. Even so, more and more blood people still flew over. There was no end to them, because the blood-robed heavenly venerate behind these blood people was endless. That terrifying strength firmly suppressed Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen's original body was here, she wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. However, the suppression of the sword venerate avatar was enough. Yi Shiwen wasn't unaware of the gap between the two sides. Moreover, the blood-robed heavenly venerate wasn't the strongest. There was still the ancient chaos heavenly venerate, a sixth realm heavenly venerate, eyeing him covetously. Therefore, he didn't hesitate almost immediately. He took a step forward and turned into a sword. The sword light split the waves and pierced through the sea of blood in an instant. The blood-robed heavenly venerate was only guarding against Yi Shiwen's escape. He didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would actually fly in his direction. In an instant, Yi Shiwen surpassed him. At this time, although the blood-robed heavenly venerate and infinite wasteland barbarian venerate reacted, it was too late. Even the ancient chaos heavenly venerate didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would directly penetrate the inescapable net laid by the three of them and fly directly into the eastern heavenly venerate mansion. "Damn it!" The ancient chaos heavenly venerate suddenly roared. "You too useless trash. You actually let him escape." He even ran into the eastern heavenly venerate mansion. Even with his degree of arrogance, he knew how difficult it was to deal with the eastern heavenly venerate mansion. It was possible to capture the eastern heavenly venerate mansion without a heavenly venerate to oversee it. However, if there was a heavenly venerate to oversee it, then the difficulty of capturing the eastern heavenly venerate mansion would be more than 10 times greater. In fact, it might not even be possible to capture it. How could he not be angry at this time? The blood-robed heavenly venerate and infinite wasteland barbarian venerate were also furious. They had been tricked by Yi Shiwen. For these two arrogant heavenly venerates, it was tantamount to a slap in the face. How could they tolerate this? Find out who this guy is. How dare he stand in my way? Find out who his tribe is. Find out where his sect is. I want his sect to be exterminated. The ancient chaos heavenly venerate roared. Such an unexpected failure had made his anger burn to the extreme. I don't believe that he can still sit still when I am exterminating his tribe in front of him. His temperament was also extremely ruthless. He would exterminate people's sects at every turn. After suffering some losses in front of Yi Shiwen, he wanted to completely uproot the human clan. At this time, Yi Shiwen directly entered the eastern heavenly venerate mansion. This was the first time he had come to the eastern heavenly venerate mansion. When he was still an emperor, his status was ordinary. He was not an emperor within the eastern heavenly venerate mansion. Naturally, he was not qualified to come here. After becoming a heavenly venerate, he also could not come here due to many coincidences. However, everyone in the eastern heavenly venerate mansion was no stranger to him. He was an important general under the command of the eastern heavenly venerate. Now that the eastern heavenly venerate had been promoted to the middle heavenly venerate, Yi Shiwen would also be a popular candidate for the next Eastern Heavenly Venerate. He was also one of the 2 candidates recommended by the Middle Heavenly Venerate. Naturally, they did not dare to neglect him. Originally, they were a little flustered when facing the attack of the 3 Heavenly Venerates. Although the defense of the Eastern Heavenly Venerate mansion was tyrannical, since the other party dared to come, they were most likely prepared. How could they not be flustered? However, now that Yi Shiwen was in charge, they were much safer. Chapter 3575. As soon as Yi Shiwen entered, a Peak Emperor Lord came to greet him. He was a powerful Emperor Lord who was as famous as the Battle Emperor, Scarlet Emperor. "Greetings, Martial Lord." Scarlet Emperor stepped forward and greeted respectfully. Currently, he was in charge of the defense of the Eastern Celestial Residence. He was different from the Battle Darch. The Battle Darch was a veteran emperor who had followed the Fortune Creation Heavenly Lord to battle in the past, while the Scarlet Darch was a veteran who had been personally brought up by the current Middle Heavenly Lord. Hence, he was left in the Eastern Celestial Residence to manage the affairs of the Eastern Celestial Residence. He also had a high status in the residence, second only to the Middle Heavenly Lord and the others. "Get up. The war is urgent now. It's not the time to be polite." Yi Shiwen waved his hand gently. Scarlet Emperor felt a strong force lifting him up. He was still puzzled. Didn't Yi Shiwen follow the Middle Heavenly Master to the battlefield? Why is he here now? "Your Honor, has the Fortune God Dynasty army returned?" Scarlet Emperor asked. "Not yet, but it should be soon. I won't hide it from you now. I'm just an avatar, not my real body," Yi Shiwen said. Scarlet Emperor was slightly disappointed by Yi Shiwen's reply. If the Fortune God Dynasty's army had returned, then they wouldn't have to worry anymore. But it was just an avatar of Yi Shiwen. The danger was greatly increased. Even so, he didn't dare to show it in front of Yi Shiwen. If my real body was here, dealing with these people would be as easy as lifting a finger. Yi Shiwen sighed and said, "If I could, I wouldn't have rushed out like this. But those old guys aren't willing to show up, so I have to do it." Speaking up to here, the Scarlet Emperor's face was also extremely ugly. When the Eastern region was attacked by the foreign domains, apart from reporting to the Middle Heavenly Venerate, he also asked for help from the various Heavenly Venerates. However, it was useless. The replies he received were that they were either busy or couldn't spare the time, especially since many of them were people that the Middle Heavenly Master paid a great price to rescue from the Fortune God path. Now, they didn't care about the situation in the Eastern region. The Eastern Deity Residence was aware of the situation in the Eastern region, but without the leadership of a great Heavenly Master, they didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, they would die. Those people are short-sighted and refuse to help. They will regret it in the future, said the Scarlet Emperor. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to speak arrogantly. Those celestial masters might not be able to do anything to Yi Shiwen, but they still had a way to deal with him. If an Empyrean had the intention, they would be able to scheme against him sooner or later until he died. All right, give me all the defensive formations and tricks of the entire Eastern Supremacy Mansion. Leave this place to me. This time, I'll make sure that they return empty-handed, said Yi Shiwen. Here. If it was someone else, he would naturally not hand over the defense of the Eastern Heavenly Sovereign Residence so easily. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He had a close relationship with the Middle Heavenly Venerables, so he was naturally trustworthy. The Scarlet Emperor waved his hand. Suddenly, a huge amount of information poured into Yi Shiwen's mind. The information contained in it was an endless sea of knowledge. Even the books in 100 libraries couldn't describe this information. If it was anyone else, they would have become an idiot. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He instantly absorbed this information and quickly transformed it. He also understood the key to controlling the defense of the entire Eastern Supremacy Mansion. There were many defensive methods that the Eastern Supremacy Mansion hadn't used yet. This was because these were methods that only heavenly masters could use. Emperors couldn't do anything about it. "Humph, I'll kill you this time," said Yi Shiwen coldly. He had heard the words of the ancient Chaos Heavenly Master just now. A strong killing intent had already erupted in his heart. At this time, outside, the ancient Chaos Heavenly Master was listening to the information that the foreign armies had gathered. Although the infinite wasteland wasn't connected to the eastern region, it didn't mean that there was no intelligence in the eastern region. Moreover, it wasn't difficult to recognize Yi Shiwen. He was recognized very quickly. Good, good, good. What a great marshal, venerable. I'll make his human clan die without a burial place. The ancient Chaos Heavenly Master laughed loudly. His eyes were full of violence. Go, follow me. Bring an army. I'll personally capture all the human clan and kill them in front of him, said the ancient Chaos Heavenly Master. I haven't suffered such a big loss. I must make him die in pain. You'll die first today. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud roar came from the Eastern Supremacy residence. A man wearing an iron robe that was shining with golden light flew out. Who else could it be but Yi Shiwen? Good, good, good. You've come out. I'll kill you first. Then I'll destroy your clan. The ancient Chaos Heavenly Master laughed loudly. His eyes were full of malice and coldness. At this time, there was no need for him to give any orders. The barbarian venerable of infinite wasteland directly rushed over. It was a great shame for him that Yi Shiwen had escaped from under his nose. You've come at the right time. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. His big hand grabbed towards the void, and a sword appeared. This sword slashed towards the barbarian venerable of infinite wasteland with unimaginable power. Die! The barbarian venerable of infinite wasteland roared. He immediately evolved a world of infinite wasteland and then fiercely suppressed Yi Shiwen. Using the power of a world to suppress someone, no matter how strong he would still die. This move was his unique skill, and he had used it right from the start. One could only imagine how angry he was. Boom! The long sword slashed into the world of infinite wasteland. However, it was fundamentally different from what they thought before. The long sword was not crushed by the world of infinite wasteland. On the contrary, the long sword cut the entire world of infinite wasteland in half. The terrifying sword chi raged and tore the world of infinite wasteland in half. After slashing the world, Yi Shiwen's long sword did not lose its momentum. It fell towards the barbarian venerable of infinite wasteland. Impossible! How could this be? The barbarian venerable of infinite wasteland was completely in disbelief. He could not believe that his full force attack was so easily broken. However, his reaction was considered fast. He blasted out a punch, and the laws all over the sky condensed and turned into a storm of laws. It formed a terrifying fist energy and went towards Yi Shiwen's long sword. Clang! An explosive sound like the collision of gold and iron shook the entire eastern region. Then the arm of the barbarian venerable of infinite wasteland suddenly exploded, and he was also sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. He was seriously injured. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact it only happened in an instant. In an instant, the barbarian venerable of infinite wasteland was blasted away before everyone could react. He was seriously injured, and the mouthful of blood he spat out was unknown as to how many tens of thousands of years of cultivation he had spat out. Not only the barbarian venerable of infinite wasteland, but even the ancient Chaos Heavenly Master and the blood-robed Heavenly Master looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. They had seen Yi Shiwen's cultivation before. He was only a Heavenly Master of the Second Realm. His strength was indeed very strong for ordinary emperors and quasi-emperors, but it was nothing for them. Under normal circumstances, Yi Shiwen should be the one fleeing in panic under the hands of the barbarian venerable of infinite wasteland. It would be good if he could protect himself. However, Yi Shiwen did not only look like he could protect himself, but even the barbarian venerable of infinite wasteland could not resist a single move from him. The armor on his body is unusual. Primordial chaos, heavenly venerate reacted immediately after getting over his initial confusion. Everything was because of the golden light radiating from Yi Shiwen's body. It was precisely that armor that had allowed Yi Shiwen's strength to increase so much all of a sudden. What the hell is that? The blood-robed heavenly master was also stunned. He had seen Dao tools and treasures that could increase the strength of a heavenly master, but he had never seen anything that could increase the strength of a heavenly master to such an extent. It was simply too exaggerated. The gap between every realm between heavenly masters was huge. It was already very exaggerated to increase the combat power of a heavenly master by one level. It was simply ridiculous to increase the strength of a heavenly master from the second realm to the point where he could instantly kill the barbarian venerable of infinite wasteland. Yi Shiwen floated in the air and also felt the bursting energy in his body. This was one of the trump cards of the Eastern Heavenly Master Residence, the Energy Treasure Garment. The power of this treasure garment could be seen from the blow just now. It had increased his strength to the limit. Even a heavenly master who had just reached the second realm could feel that his pure strength was comparable to a high-level heavenly master of the seventh realm. The strength of this increase was simply unbelievable. However, this was not perfect. Unless one was a heavenly master, ordinary people would not be able to withstand the power of this treasure garment wreaking havoc in their bodies. Even a heavenly master could not mobilize the power of this treasure garment for a long time. Secondly, every strike of the treasured robe consumed an astronomical amount of energy. Even the human race, which was a new and powerful race, couldn't afford to fight for a long time. Perhaps only the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Manor could afford such a consumption. Because of this treasure garment could not be too far away from the Eastern Heavenly Master Residence. Otherwise, its energy would be exhausted and it would vanish into nothingness. Therefore, this treasure garment was actually a treasure for defense. It could only be used within a certain range. However, for the current Yi Shiwen, it was enough. I'll let you see the trump card of the Eastern Heavenly Master Residence. Are you ready? Yi Shiwen stared at the three of them with bright eyes. Chapter 3576. The aura on Yi Shiwen's body surged crazily like a monstrous tide. It also seemed as if there was endless energy falling like a waterfall, converging into a vast ocean. A small half of the eastern region could feel a huge force erupting from the extreme of the world. Many creatures trembled in the face of this terrible force. It was like the eternal legendary God, the only God of creation who dominated everything. At the same time, many divine thoughts were projected from all directions. This terrible and violent force had alarmed them. A celestial master was very terrifying. However, only a high-level celestial master of the seventh realm or above could be able to alarm a big region to such an extent. In the face of this terrible force, the ancient celestial master and the other two celestial masters' faces turned solemn, especially the ancient celestial master. He was the only one among the three who had fought with Yi Shiwen. Although it was only for a moment, he was defeated. However, it could also be seen how terrifying Yi Shiwen was now. After a while, the injuries on his body finally recovered, and his arm grew back. Just a moment ago, that one blow had caused serious damage to him. It could be said that he had spurted out at least 100,000 years of bitter cultivation. It was simply terrifying. Yi Shiwen had mastered that pure and violent power very well. It seemed as if he was born to walk on this path. This force is very strong, right? However, there is not much time left. Let's speed up and kill you. Yi Shiwen grinned slightly. You are too arrogant, said the ancient celestial master. Do you think you can kill the three of us by yourself? In the end, you are just relying on this energy treasure. However, the borrowed power is only borrowed power. It is impossible for you to be our opponent. Let's see if I am your opponent." Before Yi Shiwen's voice faded, the ancient celestial master took the lead to launch a surprise attack. The endless sea of blood drowned everything, submerging the entire world, and turned into a terrible attack. However, these attacks couldn't even get close to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't even move. He just relied on the terrifying energy waves emitted by the energy-treasured clothes to evaporate the sea of blood. The area within a radius of a kilometer around Yi Shiwen was like a restricted area. "Then I'll start with you first." Yi Shiwen let out a long roar and instantly set out. Like a long sword, he directly swept out. In an instant, the sea of blood turned into nothingness, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. This terrifying strike caused the heavens to collapse. If this happened in the starry sky, countless stars would be turned to dust, and even a river of stars would be destroyed. This was how terrifying an Empyrean was. At this time, Yi Shiwen's body revealed an extremely dangerous aura, and the endless sword principle suddenly erupted. Unlike the ever-changing attack methods of the main body, this sword principle avatar only had one fighting method. One sword to break all techniques. But to him, this was enough. To him, the sword was everything, and everything could be a sword. Therefore, to him, the sword Dao was his strongest attack. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the bloody-robed heavenly master. At this time, Yi Shiwen had disappeared, as if he had integrated with heaven and earth. The swordsmanship was him, and his body had turned into a big sword. It directly broke all things in the world. The power of Yi Shiwen's sword was too great, and it was completely on the road of breaking all techniques with one force. It was unparalleled, and this was also the way he was best at. The bloody-robed, heavenly master's eyes suddenly widened. He never expected that Yi Shiwen's sword momentum could be raised to such a terrifying realm. The sword grew longer and bigger, and in just an instant it fell, as if the sword had turned into everything, turned into a world of swordsmanship, and then fell. The bloody-robed heavenly master's body turned into a bloody world, and countless creatures in the sea of blood rushed to fly up, trying to resist this sword. These creatures were very strong, but under the sword light of this sword, they looked so ridiculous. Boom! There was a crazy loud noise, and the sword light broke the bloody world, falling on the bloody-robed heavenly master. Ah! The bloody-robed heavenly master screamed, and his whole body turned into a sky of blood rain under this sword, collapsing and dispersing. Among them, the remaining heavenly master's spirit wanted to escape into the distance. A sword light brewed at Yi Shiwen's fingertips, as if a world was being born and destroyed. Swish! The sword light shot out, and directly pierced the spirit of the bloody-robed heavenly master. This, the ancient chaos heavenly master's eyes widened, and he still couldn't believe it. Although the bloody-robed heavenly master's strength was not as good as his, he was also an existence in the fifth realm. In terms of strength, he was second only to the ancient chaos heavenly master, but he was completely vulnerable in front of Yi Shiwen. Although he clearly knew that Yi Shiwen had used the energy treasure clothing instead of his own strength, the degree of increase in strength was too exaggerated. On the other hand, the barbarian venerable of heaven's wasteland next to him was not surprised. He already understood that Yi Shiwen had seriously injured him with just one sword move. But Yi Shiwen had killed the bloody-robed heavenly master so easily, and even they didn't have time to react, which still shocked him. It was not just the ancient chaos heavenly master and the barbarian venerable of heaven's wasteland. In fact, all the heavenly masters who were watching this battle were a little confused. Yi Shiwen, who was merely in the second realm, could actually improve his strength to this point after obtaining that energy treasure clothing. It was simply incredible. But with their eyesight, they could naturally see that this energy treasure clothing required too much energy. It required a special formation in the eastern Heavenly Lord Mansion to continuously supply energy. Every minute and every second consumed a huge amount of wealth. Not to mention this, the key was that it couldn't be too far from the eastern Heavenly Lord Mansion. Otherwise, this energy treasure clothing would be simply heaven-defying. However, they noticed that the surface of Yi Shiwen's body had begun to crack. The body of a celestial master was the strongest in this world, but even his body had begun to crack. One could well imagine what kind of dreadful erosion he was enduring. Not long after the fight began, Yi Shiwen had only used a few moves, and he was already in such a state. One could imagine how serious the aftereffects of this energy treasure clothing were. But even so, Yi Shiwen's performance was really amazing. The ancient Chaos Heavenly Master also quickly discovered that the surface of Yi Shiwen's body had begun to crack. He immediately understood what was going on. Yi Shiwen, who seemed invincible, actually had a fatal flaw. He could stall for time, but Yi Shiwen couldn't. As long as the time was up, the seemingly invincible Yi Shiwen would also be defeated. After understanding this, the ancient Chaos Heavenly Master was undoubtedly a lot more relaxed. However, Yi Shiwen didn't launch an attack immediately. Instead, he used his hands to tear open a space channel. On the other side of the space channel was the army that had been dispatched by ancient Chaos Heavenly Senior to exterminate the human race. More than 20 Emperor-level life forms led the way and aggressively swept towards the human race. Everywhere they passed fell into the flames of war. Yi Shiwen was expressionless, using his finger as a sword. A sword aura splashed out and swept out, directly sweeping into this army. Boom! This sword aura blasted into the army, and immediately a mushroom cloud slowly rose up. This mushroom cloud grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, this army was completely swallowed, instantly turning into nothingness. A powerful army, led by more than 20 Emperor-level life forms, couldn't even resist a single blow from the current Yi Shiwen. This was the power of a Heavenly Master. Moreover, the sword Tao Heavenly Master was unparalleled among all Heavenly Masters in terms of attack. This was also why only a Heavenly Master had the ability to protect themselves like a nuclear weapon. Unless the other side also had a Heavenly Master, otherwise, no matter what kind of army they had, they wouldn't be a match at all. You, the ancient Chaos Heavenly Master, suddenly widened his eyes. Those were the elites of the elites he had sent, but now they had been turned into nothingness under Yi Shiwen's attack. The anger in his heart could be imagined. What's the hurry? It will be your turn soon. Yi Shiwen grinned and said, as if he didn't care at all. He didn't even care about the cracked skin on his body. This energy was constantly wreaking havoc in his body. He himself was also using martial power to heal his injuries, but now he couldn't maintain the balance anymore. The energy was wreaking havoc more and more, and finally this situation occurred. So there wasn't much time left for him. As he spoke, Yi Shiwen moved, but he didn't attack the ancient Chaos Heavenly Master immediately. Instead, he instantly rushed to the front of the Heaven, Wasteland, Barbarian, Venerable, wanting to cut off the ancient Chaos Heavenly Master's wings. The Heaven, Wasteland, Barbarian, Venerable also instantly understood Yi Shiwen's intention. He was shocked and angry. Yi Shiwen was picking a pushover, and he, a dignified Heavenly Master, had become a pushover in the eyes of others. How could he not be angry? But whether he was angry or not, it was useless. Yi Shiwen's terrifying attack had already arrived. Having experienced it just now, he didn't dare to resist at all. He retreated 1,000 miles with each step, wanting to get out of the range of the Eastern Heavenly Lord residence, so that Yi Shiwen couldn't use the energy, treasured clothing to wreak havoc. But Yi Shiwen's speed was faster than his, and he directly blocked in front of him. Yi Shiwen stood still, and then a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword light soared into the sky, swept over 100,000 miles, and directly slashed down on the Heaven, Wasteland, Barbarian, Venerable. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian Venerable repeatedly evolved worlds in an attempt to resist, but they collapsed in an instant. Pucci, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian Venerable, was slashed by the sword, and even his physical body and primordial spirit were destroyed in one blow. After the powerful sword light killed the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian Venerable, it turned into a graceful swan and scattered into the universe. Rumble. The whole world was trembling under this attack. In this trembling, Yi Shiwen was like the only true god in the world, standing tall in the world. Chapter 3577. Yi Shiwen had killed 2 celestial masters in a row. His combat power had obviously shocked everyone. There was a difference in strength between the celestial masters, and there might even be some disparity. However, killing the bloody-robed celestial master and infinite wasteland barbarian lord as easily as eating and drinking water still shocked everyone. In addition to the increase in power from the energy treasure clothing, was Yi Shiwen's swordsmanship really so terrifying? The cracks on Yi Shiwen's body had deepened a bit after he had killed Venerable Barbarian of Heaven Wasteland with a single blow. Many of the cracks had even merged together. He looked like a ceramic man, which was extremely terrifying. Yi Shiwen took a few deep breaths and forcibly repaired some of them. His gaze turned to Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Master. Originally, there were 3 Heavenly Masters this time, but now he was the only one left. And he was also the most terrifying one among them. He was at the peak of the 6th realm, a supermaster who could step into the 7th realm at any time. Wu Zun, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight at this point. Why do you have to force yourself? Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Master said. He wanted to delay time because he had already seen that the more he delayed, the more unfavorable the situation would be for Yi Shiwen. For Yi Shiwen, a quick battle was the way to go. For him, delaying time was the only way to avoid facing Yi Shiwen, who was currently in full swing. It's enough to kill you. Yi Shiwen roared, and the aura of his body erupted. It was even more terrifying than before, and it swept into an endless storm that was released above the entire sky. At this time, Ancient Chaos Heavenly Master also released his full aura. It was the release of a real Heavenly Master. His law aura could only be described as chaotic. It was simply a mess, but it was this mess that contained a terrifying power. There was order in the chaos, and this was where the chill of Ancient Chaos Heavenly Master came from. Both of their auras had sublimated many times. In this case, Yi Shiwen did not wait for Ancient Chaos Heavenly Master to make a move. Instead, he took the initiative to make the first move. The world seemed to be destroyed. Heaven and earth, time, space, everything turned into nothingness. Yi Shiwen instantly attacked, mercilessly. Billions of rays of brilliance erupted, and the entire world was filled with sword aura. It instantly turned into a terrifying torrent of swordsmanship and slashed down towards Ancient Chaos Heavenly Master. Ancient Chaos Heavenly Venerable wasn't to be outdone in the face of Yi Shiwen's eruption. He also erupted. Countless chaotic principles flew out and transformed into a huge and mighty azure dragon. Its huge body coiled in the sky. It was almost 1/3 the size of a big province. It was extremely huge. The azure dragon faced the long river of swords and was not afraid at all. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided, and a terrifying light filled the sky above the eastern domain. All living creatures could sense the terrifying impact of the collision, and it sent chills down their spines. The azure dragon battle sword seemed to have fallen into an eternal standstill for a moment. However, Yi Shiwen's long sword finally burst into a brilliant brilliance and slashed the azure dragon into pieces. Then it bombarded Ancient Tianzuan's body. Bang! Ancient Tianzuan was blasted away in an instant. Blood splattered all over his body. He had been seriously injured by the sword just now. Compared to the blood-robed, heavenly venerable, and infinite wasteland barbarian venerable, he was much better off. At least he wouldn't have been killed by the sword. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Yi Shiwen, who had slashed out with the sword, wasn't much better off. Blood began to ooze from the surface of his skin. This sword had mobilized endless energy for him, and at the same time, it had also caused great damage to his body. However, in the next moment, the blood oozing from his body evaporated completely. Ancient Tianzuan was dazed by this sword, but he also saw the situation on Yi Shiwen's body. He suddenly burst into laughter. "Martial Venerable, it seems that your situation isn't good either." Ancient Tianzuan laughed, and blood splashed from time to time. "That's enough." Yi Shiwen's expression was still indifferent. He just looked at Ancient Tianzuan coldly, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen moved again. He was like a tyrannosaurus, rampaging in the sky. In an instant he rushed to Ancient Tianzuan, and slashed down with the sword again. He didn't care that the wounds on his body opened up again, and blood splattered out. Bang! Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Lord, was once again sent flying. In front of Yi Shiwen's sword, the power of the previous sword had yet to dissipate. It collided with Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Lord again, and he was sent flying like a meteor on the spot. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen had already appeared on the path where Ancient Tianzuan was blasted away. Then another indifferent sword slashed down, and he was blasted back the way he came. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen was like an indifferent and ruthless machine. He constantly bombarded the Ancient Chaos Heavenly Venerable with every sword strike. The Ancient Chaos Heavenly Venerable's body was constantly surging with new vitality. In an instant he swallowed a medicinal pill. Every time he suffered a serious injury, he would quickly recover. If it weren't for this, he would have died in less than 2 strikes. But even so, Ancient Tianzuan's current situation was extremely miserable. Yi Shiwen's sword slashed down continuously, and his body exploded several times. At this time, Yi Shiwen's situation was not much better. His body was covered in blood, as if he had fallen into a sea of blood. At this time, many Tianzuan couldn't help but be a little speechless when they saw this battle. In their hearts, Yi Shiwen was classified as extremely dangerous. If it were them, after putting on the treasured energy clothes, it would be enough to drive Ancient Tianzuan away. It was impossible to pay such a high price to fight him. Such a battle looked good, but in fact, it was also a huge injury to the body. After this battle, it was unknown how long it would take for him to recover to his peak state. If it was just to buy time, then it was too much. Therefore, many people treated Yi Shiwen as a madman to deal with. But they didn't know that Ancient Tianzuan's threat had already put him on Yi Shiwen's kill list. Now that the human race had no top experts to hold down the fort, if Ancient Tianzuan escaped and retaliated against the human race, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Therefore, in order to prevent future troubles, it was best to kill both of them. Moreover, the Outer Domain and the Fortune God dynasty had already shed all pretense of cordiality. What else did he have to worry about? Boom! Yi Shiwen's sword had pierced through Ancient Chaos Heavenly Venerate. The eruption of power had annihilated space-time. The entire battle was now under Yi Shiwen's control. His current pure power was comparable to that of a 7th realm expert, although it was still quite lacking compared to a true 7th realm expert. He could still completely suppress a peak 6th realm existence like Ancient Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Ancient Tianzuan roared, and his entire body was sent flying. A large hole appeared in his chest, which was caused by Yi Shiwen's sword. Blood blossomed in the sky like a burst of fireworks. The entire world was trembling, and the endless stars were vibrating. Yi Shiwen didn't have any magical means or magical powers. It was all pure brute force. He transformed the huge energy in his body into a terrifying sword aura and slashed out. It was such a simple move, but Ancient Tianzuan couldn't do anything about it. His ferocious appearance even made many Tianzuan ask themselves if they were in his shoes. It wasn't that ancient Tianzuan was too weak, but that Yi Shiwen was too strong. In the end, such a terrifying scene was formed. The simpler the attack, the more violent and powerful it seemed. Was ancient Tianzuan going to die in front of everyone like this? Was he going to die in Yi Shiwen's hands like blood-robed Tianzuan and heaven wasteland venerable? Yi Shiwen had just become a Tianzuan less than 10,000 years ago, but the combat power he displayed and the battle record of killing Tianzuan was simply too dazzling. Finally, the endless life force in ancient Tianzuan's body also disappeared. It should be said that it was exhausted. Yi Shiwen's sword light was too terrifying. His sword light slashed down again and again, destroying all the vitality of ancient Tianzuan. Even swallowing immortal elixirs was useless. Finally, at the last moment, Yi Shiwen's sword struck the ancient Chaos Heavenly Lord. The ancient Chaos Heavenly Lord fiercely fell on the ground of the eastern region, setting off a monstrous wave of dust. The ancient Chaos Heavenly Lord couldn't even maintain his floating state. Everyone could even see from his severely injured body that his spirit had been ignited by Yi Shiwen's sword light. His spirit was burning. Ancient Tianzuan could be said to have suffered heavy losses in this battle. Although he was arrogant and despotic just now, he was ruthlessly slapped by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen would rather suffer serious injuries and spend countless years to recuperate, but he still wanted to kill him. Everyone looked at ancient Tianzuan with sympathy. Encountering someone like Yi Shiwen, he had to die even if he didn't want to. Yi Shiwen floated in the sky. His whole body was densely covered with cracks. He was also on the verge of collapse. "One last blow, I'll finish you off." Yi Shiwen roared, and the long sword in his hand burst into a horrifying radiance. The ancient Chaos Celestial Master revealed a frightened expression for the first time. However, it was very difficult for him to move at this time. He had suffered a serious injury. "Wu Zun, show mercy." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Yi Shiwen heard the voice and immediately knew who this person was. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to let go at this time. He had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Boom! The sword light fell, and ancient Tianzuan screamed and was killed on the spot. Chapter 3578. When Yi Shiwen killed ancient Chaos Heavenly Lord and took away his flesh and blood, the owner of the voice appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. It was none other than the Pan-Tian Emperor, whom he had not seen for a long time. The experience of being chased by the Pan-Tian Emperor and almost being killed was unforgettable. He was lucky to be able to escape that time. There were so many Emperor Lords at that time, but not many could escape. If one didn't truly reach that level, they wouldn't be able to understand how terrifying a Celestial Lord was. Even though Celestial Lord Pan-Tian had weakened to the extent that he had been imprisoned for countless years and wasn't at his peak, it wasn't difficult for him to kill Celestial Lords. He could kill an Emperor Lord with one hand. Therefore, Yi Shiwen had a deep impression of the Pan-Tian Emperor's voice. When he heard the Pan-Tian Emperor's voice just now, he had already recognized him. "You dared to kill him." The Pan-Tian Emperor's expression was indifferent, and his voice contained unimaginable killing intent. "So what if I killed him? What's so strange about it?" Yi Shiwen sneered. "With the current relationship between us, do I have a reason not to kill him? It's fine if you kill others, but you dared to kill ancient Chaos Heavenly Lord. You are in big trouble. The price will be paid with the annihilation of your human race." Coiling Sky Venerable looked at Yi Shiwen with an extremely complicated expression. There was killing intent in his eyes, but there was also a bit of amazement in his eyes. The ant who could only flee in panic under his hands in the past had now grown to such an extent. It had only been a little more than 10,000 years, and he was able to cultivate from the Emperor realm to the Heavenly Lord realm. Annihilation of the human race? Yi Shiwen's eyes flickered with killing intent. "You don't have to scare me like this. I'm not scared. I hate it when people use the human race to threaten me. Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Lord deserves to die, and he must die because he used the human race to threaten me. The Pantheon Emperor's pupils shrank slightly. He probably did not expect Yi Shiwen to be so sensitive about this matter. Perhaps Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Lord might not die originally, but after touching Yi Shiwen's reverse scale he had to die. It was that simple. I also find it strange. It's reasonable to say that you should be the most angry ones since they have crossed the boundary. You didn't even come out to help before. Why are you coming out to save them now? Yi Shiwen said, when the foreign lands allied forces invaded the Fortune Divine Dynasty, they could plunder a lot of wealth and resources. Because of the huge benefits involved, it was a taboo to do anything that crossed the boundary. Therefore, when Yi Shiwen had killed the blood-clothed Heavenly Master and the barbarian Venerable of Heaven Wasteland, none of the Heavenly Masters of the Stormy Sea region had intervened to stop them. The Celestial Masters of the Stormy Sea region were also eager to borrow Yi Shiwen's hand to kill these guys. It was obviously different when it came to the Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Venerable. Pantheon Tian had personally intervened. It was obvious that the identity of this Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Venerable, wasn't ordinary. However, he still felt a little strange. Generally, the Celestial Masters were the ultimate backers of a force. It seemed that there was someone qualified to be the backer of a Celestial Master like the Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Venerable. This was extremely rare. However, Yi Shiwen didn't regret killing them. Even if he had known about it in advance, he wouldn't have been lenient. If he didn't pull out the roots when cutting weeds, they would grow again when the spring wind blows. He knew that this was especially true now that both sides were hostile to each other. The war between the Fortune God dynasty and the foreign domains was in full swing. Killing one more Heavenly Venerable would mean losing a portion of the foreign domain's vitality. Celestial Masters weren't so easy to produce. Only one could be produced in tens of thousands of years. Losing one was losing one, and it was difficult to replace them. Moreover, he had killed 3 in one go. It doesn't matter if the others die, but you shouldn't have killed him. Tian said indifferently. As for why he didn't save the Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Venerable in time, it was because he didn't expect Yi Shiwen's combat power to be so fierce. Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Venerable, who was only one step away from the high-level Celestial Master realm, was killed by Yi Shiwen. I'd like to know what will happen if I kill them. Yi Shiwen said indifferently, although that lord will inevitably be furious if you kill him, I'm sure he will be appeased with your head. Pantheon Venerate could not help but feel his hair stand on end when he thought of that lord. He had once ruled the Stormy Sea region. In terms of status and strength, he was not inferior to the current 4 great Empyreans of the North, South, East, and West. Even though he had been severely injured and suppressed, he was still a proud and arrogant person. Even the original Eastern Empyrean, who had now inherited the position of Middle Empyrean, had looked down on him. It could even be said that the 2 of them were old rivals. This was because the Eastern region had to face the Stormy Sea region, and the 2 of them had fought many times. Therefore, he wouldn't even care about a Middle Heavenly Venerate. However, that existence was completely different. Even to this day, he couldn't forget that feeling. There's actually someone you're afraid of. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel somewhat curious. It could be said that Tian wasn't afraid of anything, but there was actually someone whom he was afraid of. There are some things that a junior like you can't understand. Tian didn't care. According to his status and strength, saying that he was afraid of someone was undoubtedly a kind of humiliation to him. However, this time, Tian didn't feel the slightest bit like that, because that person was indeed terrifying. Wu Zun, you don't have to say any more nonsense. I know that you want to delay for time to recover. I'm not saying all this for you to hear. I'm saying all this for that person to hear. I've already tried my best. Therefore, I can only take your head in exchange for your life," said Pan Tian 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 Tian. "Don't think that you can be my opponent just because you're wearing that treasured energy robe. That's impossible. Your strength is too low. Not only have you entered the Heavenly Master Realm in more than 10,000 years, but you've also entered the Second Realm. This is already not bad. You may have the hope of reaching the top in a few million years. Unfortunately, your hope will be cut off now." Coiling Sky Supremacy had his own confidence. After all, he was someone who had reached the peak before. His opponents were only the great supremacies of the North, South, East, and West. There was only one reason why he remembered Yi Shiwen. It was because Yi Shiwen was the only person who had escaped from his hands. Back then, there were many sovereign emperors who had escaped. However, after he caught up to them, they still managed to escape. But that was all. You should have stopped when I asked you to. In the end, you forced me to make a move," Pan Tian Tian Venerate said coldly. "Originally, I wanted to pretend for a few more years, but now it seems that there's no other way. There are already people who can't sleep and eat in peace because of my recovery. Since you forced me to this point, you can only step on a path of no return." Boom! The Pan Tian Sky Paragon made his move. That berserk aura burst forth like a vast ocean, drowning everything. It was even more majestic and terrifying than the aura that Yi Shiwen had unleashed with all his might. In that instant, the sky was shattered. It took only a moment for the Pan Tian Tian Venerate to arrive in front of Yi Shiwen. His palm slammed down and heaven and earth collapsed. This palm was too terrifying. The sword lights that Yi Shiwen had unleashed earlier were child's play compared to this palm. This palm simply surpassed the limit. The eyes of the Pan Tian Tian Venerate had a disdainful might. It was indeed the arrogance and strength that a top expert should have. Bang! This palm directly landed on Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen let out a muffled groan, and his entire body was sent flying. His body almost exploded. Dense cracks also appeared on the treasured energy clothes on his body. It looked extremely terrifying from afar. Puff! Yi Shiwen spat out a mouthful of blood. The Pan Tian Tian Venerate's speed was too fast. He had already utilized the speed law to the limit. Even with Yi Shiwen's speed, it was difficult for him to keep up with the Pan Tian Tian Venerate. Yi Shiwen's body reconstructed. The recovery ability of a celestial venerate was amazing. However, because of this treasured energy clothes, most of the magic power in his body had to be used to recover. Originally, when he was dealing with ancient chaos celestial venerate, it was naturally successful. However, when he was facing an expert like the Pan Tian Tian Venerate, it seemed to be a huge burden. However, he couldn't abandon this treasured energy clothes. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be defeated even faster, just by relying on his cultivation of the second realm. He wasn't on the same level as the Pan Tian Tian Venerate, who had clearly stepped into the peak of the seventh realm. There was a difference of 5 major realms. He would almost die in one blow. Over the past 10,000 years, the Pan Tian Tian Venerate had concentrated on his cultivation. From his extremely weak state at the beginning, he had recovered all the way to the peak of the seventh realm. From this, it could be seen how serious his injuries were back then. Even a celestial venerate couldn't recover in an instant. His foundation had been damaged. Therefore, Yi Shiwen could only forcefully use this treasured energy clothes to resist the Pan Tian Tian Venerate and stall for time. Bang! The Pan Tian Tian Venerate attacked again in an instant. He blasted in front of Yi Shiwen, surpassing the speed of light. Even the timeline had been blasted out. It was completely chaotic. His figure couldn't be seen at all as he blasted in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was once again sent flying. This time, half of his body had burst open, and blood was spurting everywhere. So strong, as expected of the existence that once dominated the stormy sea area. Yi Shiwen said loudly. There was a smile on his face. "You can still smile?" The Pantheon Tian Venerate said indifferently. Coupled with his serious injuries and the terrifying burden brought by the treasured energy clothes, Yi Shiwen definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the next attack. Yi Shiwen had already been seriously injured previously. Why can't I smile? Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. Do you think that I'm already in a desperate situation? Isn't that the case? You can't even withstand the next attack. This time you'll really die, said the Pantheon Tian Venerate. Impossible. Yi Shiwen hadn't finished speaking when a clear voice came from afar. Because I'm back. Chapter 35:79. Just as this voice fell, a figure instantly appeared in front of everyone. When this figure stood still, everyone discovered that this person was actually Yi Shiwen. Everyone was stunned when they saw the two Yi Zaiwens standing side by side in the sky. What the hell was going on? However, they quickly reacted because it wasn't difficult to guess that the previous Yi Shiwen was just an avatar. However, everyone was even more shocked. A martial arts avatar of Yi Shiwen actually possessed such strength. It was simply incredible. There were many celestial masters who had martial arts avatars because there were always places that needed them when they weren't around. However, there were only a few who could produce martial arts avatars that were also at the celestial master level. This was because it was too difficult. Even if an ordinary avatar could possess the combat power of a celestial master level for a short period of time, it was often a one-time consumable. After a single battle, it would completely vanish into thin air. A martial arts avatar with an independent cultivation path like this was extremely difficult. This was because in order for a martial arts avatar to be able to cultivate independently, a massive amount of precious resources had to be consumed to refine a physical body. In addition, a portion of one's own path had to be extracted for the martial arts avatar. This was a path that was completely different from the current path. This was because every extreme powerhouse's path was different. No one could cultivate to the same extreme realm as others. However, this wasn't a problem for Yi Shiwen. Among his 3,000 martial paths, there were many paths that were also sufficient for him to cultivate to the celestial master level. It was just that he usually walked these paths alone. Now, it wasn't difficult to separate one path. Thinking of this, many celestial masters had a higher impression of Yi Shiwen. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen had cultivated for more than 10,000 years. Even they who had cultivated for millions of years couldn't achieve this step. The benefits of having such an avatar were naturally very obvious. However, the difficulty was also self-evident. Coiling Sky Venerable was stunned. However, he quickly figured out why. It turned out that the one blocking them here was only a martial arts incarnation of Yi Shiwen. No wonder Yi Shiwen behaved like a madman at that time. He didn't care about the casualties at all. He didn't even care about the injuries on his body. It wasn't just what many people thought at the beginning. It was just a martial arts incarnation. Therefore, it could be sacrificed, even at the last critical moment. It wasn't impossible to self-detonate to resist. Thank you for your hard work, Taoist friend. You can go and rest now. Yi Shiwen nodded toward Sword Sage and said. Venerated Sword nodded and said, It doesn't matter. You and I are one. This is nothing. Venerable Sword's voice had barely faded when he transformed into a mass of light and submerged into Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen turned his head to look at Coiling Sky Venerable after Sword Sage entered his body and said, How do you want to die? When Venerated Sword Sage entered his body, Venerated Sword Sage's memories also entered his body at the same time. He immediately understood what had happened. It turned out that such a battle had taken place before. In order to resist the attack of the foreign allied forces, Venerated Sword almost couldn't hold on. Fortunately, he had returned in time. During this period of time, he had been working hard to rush in the direction of the Fortune God dynasty. It could be described as a non-stop horse. The real main forces hadn't returned yet. This wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Instead, These people could return at the fastest speed possible. Yi Shiwen left Moon Empress Bian Xiaoya, the human emperor, and the Thunder Emperor in the human race army to lead the army back later. He rushed over first. From the looks of it now, the decision he made earlier wasn't wrong. If he had returned a little later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was fine if he had only lost a martial clone. Even though it was precious, he would still be able to create another martial clone as long as he gathered all the precious divine materials. However, after killing Venerated Sword Sage, Coiling Sky Venerable probably wouldn't let it go. He wanted to take Venerated Sword Sage Asong to see that mysterious existence. After Yi Shiwen created the martial arts incarnation, only the spirit of the mysterious old man in the armor worn by the Purple Eye Emperor saw through Yi Shiwen's martial arts incarnation at a glance. Everyone else had thought that Venerated Sword Sage was Yi Shiwen. Venerated Sword Sage's strength was also in line with everyone's initial expectations. It had been more than 10,000 years since he attained Tao. No matter how powerful he was, there was a limit. This was why no one suspected that Yi Shiwen wasn't the real Venerated Sword Sage from the beginning. If Yi Shiwen had displayed the combat power of the real Venerated Sky Venerable, it would have been unbelievable. Venerated Sky Venerable's expression was slightly dignified. It was shocking enough that Yi Shiwen's martial arts incarnation could step into the second realm after more than 10,000 years. However, the aura from Yi Shiwen's real body was stronger than that of Venerated Sword Sage's incarnation. Yi Shiwen's progress was faster than he had imagined. He had restored his original strength, so this speed was naturally very fast. However, Yi Shiwen had actually reached such a level just by cultivating. However, he soon relaxed his brows because, in his opinion, no matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, it was impossible for him to surpass the limits of his imagination. In the face of Yi Shiwen's aggressiveness, Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "Revered Wu, I think you are crazy. You want to kill me? So what if I kill you?" Yi Shiwen let out a loud roar. His entire body was glowing, and the magic power in his body was raised. In an instant, the universe around him collapsed and was no longer stable. Yi Shiwen's aura surged and far surpassed Sword Venerable's avatar. Second realm, third realm, fourth realm, fifth realm. The aura exuding from Yi Shiwen's body seemed to have no limits. The celestial venerables who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. It was as if someone had grabbed their necks and they couldn't make a sound. This was the strength of Yi Shiwen's avatar. It was far more terrifying than Sword Venerable's avatar. The monstrous momentum was much more terrifying than Pantheon Venerable, who had just displayed his divine might and beaten Yi Shiwen's avatar into a sorry state. "Didn't you just say that you want my head and destroy my human race?" Yi Shiwen's voice was clear and distant. His expression was exceptionally cold. "In the battle that year, you seriously injured me. Now it's time to settle the score. If you hadn't come, I would have needed to spend a lot of effort to kill you. I would have had to go deep into the Stormy Sea area. Maybe I would have let you go then. However, you actually dare to appear in front of me now. Then I will kill you." Pantheon Venerable's expression was constantly changing. The contempt in Yi Shiwen's eyes was simply not taking him seriously. This feeling was as if he had never taken Yi Shiwen's, Sword Venerable's, avatar seriously. Although he appreciated Yi Shiwen's strength, that was all. It was impossible for Yi Shiwen to pose a fatal threat to him. He had been famous for many years. Even middle celestial venerables would treat him seriously when they heard his name. They wouldn't dare to look down on him. However, he was being looked down upon by Yi Shiwen now. "Venerable Wu, we'll see if you can hold on." Pantheon Venerable suddenly attacked. This time he attacked in anger. The laws of the universe revolved on his palm. Then he suddenly slapped towards Yi Shiwen. Fast! 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 His speed was really fast to the extreme. It surpassed the speed of light. He arrived in front of Yi Shiwen in an instant. This was the same method he had used to severely injure Sword Venerable's avatar. However, the one in front of him wasn't Sword Venerable. It was Yi Shiwen's real body. Bang! This palm fell on Yi Shiwen's body. It only set off a burst of flowing light. Yi Shiwen's body seemed to be protected by a ray of light. This shocking palm power could only set off a burst of ripples on the surface of Yi Shiwen's body. "Is this all you've got?" Yi Shiwen's voice was indifferent. His expression was like that of a demon. "If this is all you've got, I can't protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light splashed out from his hand. It turned into a shocking treasure sword and fell towards Pantheon Venerable. This was also Sword Venerable's technique. It was the same technique. However, in the hands of Yi Shiwen and Sword Venerable, the power was completely different. The power of this sword shocked all the Celestial Venerables. Although Sword Venerable's previous attack was powerful, it wasn't enough to shock them. Such power was almost close to the level of a peak Celestial Venerable. Coiling Sky Venerable screamed as he was hit by Yi Shiwen's sword chi. He never expected that his attack couldn't even break Yi Shiwen's defense. Therefore, he wasn't prepared at all and was directly hit by Yi Shiwen's sword. There was a huge crack on Pantheon Venerable's chest. Blood kept spurting out from it. Fortunately, he avoided the vital parts at the most critical moment. Otherwise, this sword would have killed him. His eyes flickered with a horrifying light. There was also a look of disbelief on his face. Yi Shiwen was more powerful than he had imagined. Even though he had overestimated himself, he was still seriously injured by Yi Shiwen's sword. However, he was more worried that Yi Shiwen's main body had returned. Didn't that mean that the Celestial Venerables of the Fortune God dynasty had also returned? If that was the case, then the consequences would be terrifying. All the glorious victories the foreign allied forces had achieved during this period of time were actually because the Celestial Venerables of the Fortune God dynasty weren't present. If they were present, the foreign allied forces would have smashed their heads against the iron wall of the Fortune God dynasty, even if their momentum soared to the sky. Yi Shiwen wasn't in a hurry to attack. He wasn't Sword Venerable. There was no time limit to the strength he could erupt with. He just said, "Are you worried about the others? Don't worry, there's no one else. I alone can kill you." Chapter 3580. What Yi Shiwen had said was exactly what Pantheon Venerable was most afraid of. It would be a real problem for him if there were a few more Celestial Venerables present. By the time the other Heavenly Venerables surrounded them, the war between the foreign lands and the Fortune God dynasty would truly erupt. Although the foreign lands' allied forces looked invincible in the previous battles, in the eyes of those who were observant, they knew that they were merely playing house, because the Heavenly Venerables hadn't even made a move yet. The Fortune Divine Dynasty's Heavenly Venerables pretended not to see anything, and the number of times the foreign domain's Heavenly Venerables actually attacked could be counted on one's fingers. Most of the time, the Heavenly Venerables under them were sent to attack the cities. Otherwise, those Fortune Divine Dynasty's Heavenly Venerables wouldn't be able to hide like turtles even if they wanted to. This was because doing so had already touched the bottom line of these Heavenly Venerables. These Heavenly Venerables could tolerate it now because they had their own plans. However, this did not mean that they were truly willing to let the alien life forms rule the creation realm again and treat them like slaves. However, Pantheon couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Yi Shiwen say that he was alone. However, he immediately became even more furious. Yi Shiwen's appearance clearly showed that he didn't take him seriously. "Wu Zun, don't be too insolent." Coiling Sky Venerable was furious to the extreme. His entire body was glowing, and the surrounding space was distorted. In an instant, he had already disappeared from the space-time in front of him. Endless principles covered him. Yi Shiwen's sneak attack had caused him to suffer serious injuries, and he had also become vigilant. He absolutely couldn't allow such a thing to happen again. This was the means of a heavenly master. It seemed to be in front of Yi Shiwen, but in fact it had already been separated by countless space-times and had protected itself tightly. Whoosh! An unimaginable fluctuation emerged in an instant. It surpassed the speed of light and time, and suddenly rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. It was Pan Tian Tian who had made his move. Yi Shiwen didn't take it seriously at all. He let out a loud shout, and the attack disappeared on the spot. He didn't wrap himself in layers of space-time, cracks like Pan Tian Senior Venerable, because he didn't need to. He could attack directly. His main body had already cultivated the virtuous tyrant physique. It was much stronger than the Sword Lord's avatar. Therefore, he had absolute confidence in his own physical body. After shattering Pan Tian Venerable's attack with a roar, Yi Shiwen made his move. Boundless golden light of virtue erupted from his body. It disrupted the laws in space as he launched a powerful attack. This was a simple punch, but the terrifying fist energy actually blasted out the river of time. Everyone could see that Yi Shiwen's punch had blasted into the river of time. On the spot, it passed through layers of spatial fluctuations and blasted in front of Pan Tian Venerable. Passing through layers of space didn't weaken the power of Yi Shiwen's fist energy. Instead, it became even more terrifying. After the Pan Tian Senior Venerable was protected, he didn't hold back anymore. He attacked with all his might. Many laws revolved around his body, and he used the powerful Pan Tian secret technique to resist Yi Shiwen. In an instant, his power increased by 10 times. The space around him solidified. Yi Shiwen's fist energy blasted on it, and even the space-time in the fortune world shook. However, it still couldn't break through the absolute defense of the Pan Tian Senior Venerable. Boom! Pan Tian Senior Venerable attacked again. His strength that belonged to the peak of the 7th realm truly erupted. He didn't use this strength when he was fighting against Swordmaster. However, he didn't hold back now that he was dealing with Yi Shiwen. When this palm landed, it even surpassed the ordinary peak of the 7th realm. It faintly had the power to contend against the 8th realm. This was because the realm that Pan Tian Senior Venerable had comprehended far exceeded the 7th realm. At this time, he could faintly erupt with combat power that was close to surpassing the 7th realm. This was the benefit of having a profound understanding of the realm. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid at all. He just took a step forward and blasted a fist down. Competing with me in terms of physical strength? You're courting death. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid at all. He directly blasted forward. Boom! 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 The two sides had already exchanged thousands of blows in an instant. Even many celestial masters had to open their heavenly eyes to barely catch a glimpse of the frequency. However, it was absolutely impossible to keep up with such speed. The combat power that erupted from these two people had clearly reached the high-level celestial master realm. It was really terrifying. The combat power of these two people had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Although Pan Tian Senior Venerable used to be a supreme master, he had been recuperating for more than 10,000 years because he was seriously injured. In many people's opinion, he had recovered to the 5th realm at most. This speed was already very fast. However, he had unknowingly rushed to the peak of the 7th level. According to this trend, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to step into the 9th level. This made many celestial venerates of the Tempest Sea region feel terrified. This was also why Pan Tian Senior Venerable had said before that he would truly erupt with strength. Some people were terrified because he used to rule the Stormy Sea region. He was the true master of the Stormy Sea region. Although he still had many loyal subordinates in the Stormy Sea region, there were more people who didn't want him to recover to his peak. Therefore, all of this was originally done in secret. If he hadn't been forced to this point by Yi Shiwen, he would never have exposed his strength at the peak of the 7th realm. That would scare a lot of people and put himself in absolute danger. Yi Shiwen was even more amazing. He had achieved the combat power of a high-level celestial master after more than 10,000 years of cultivation. Such a speed could be said to be unprecedented among the high-level celestial masters in both camps, which one did not reach such a realm after tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years. The celestial master realm was like ascending to the heavens. Breaking through each realm was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, the celestial masters were also used to calculating their strength by the time of breakthrough. In their opinion, Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly just a junior. The cultivation of sword master's doppelganger at the second realm was already amazing to many people. However, looking at Yi Shiwen's celestial master now, it was not amazing but horrifying. He was simply a monster. Originally, even Pantheon Senior Venerable felt that Yi Shiwen was already extremely powerful since he could spend millions of years to reach the peak. However, now it seemed that he might not even need millions of years to reach the peak. How amazing was this? The battle between the two was constantly escalating, and the combat power that erupted was more terrifying than the previous one. However, everyone fell into contemplation. The combat power of either of these two was far beyond the ordinary high-level celestial master of the seventh realm. Although Pantheon Senior Venerable was at the peak of the seventh realm, with his own foundation, he was naturally much more tyrannical than those in the same realm. It was definitely not a joke to casually defeat experts in the same realm. Even if he encountered super experts in the eighth realm, he was not afraid and could retreat unscathed. Yi Shiwen's cultivation of the sixth realm was enough to sweep away those in the seventh realm. His strength was slightly inferior to the current Pantheon Senior Venerable, but because he had cultivated the meritorious tyrant form Golden Body, his actual combat power was not inferior to Pantheon Senior Venerable. Because it was difficult for Pantheon Senior Venerable's attack to directly break Yi Shiwen's meritorious tyrant form Golden Body, Yi Shiwen could attack unscrupulously. On the contrary, Pantheon Senior Venerable did not dare to casually receive Yi Shiwen's attack, or he would be seriously injured. Under such circumstances, the two sides were actually unable to separate. The battle between the two sides soon reached the depths of the galaxy. The aftermath of two high-level Empyreans fighting was far more terrifying than an Empyrean battle from before. This was also a tacit agreement between Empyreans. Otherwise, if others came to your territory to fight, you would have no choice but to accept it. If not for this tacit rule, perhaps the entire Fortune realm would have been pierced through by these celestial masters. After countless years, it would have been riddled with holes. Rumble. Looking from the bottom of the Fortune realm, the entire star river had been pierced through, and countless stars were extinguished in an instant. Both of them had no scruples, and had already entered the boundless depths of the star river. There was no life here, and everywhere was deathly silent. The terrifying explosion had erupted in an instant. The fragments of the river of time, the fragments of space, and the fragments of the laws could be seen everywhere. They were torn apart by an extremely powerful force. Ha ha ha, this is a great fight! Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. He felt as if all the muscles and bones in his body had been released after fighting for so long. He fiercely heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, Pantheon was like the god of creation in the heavens to him. He couldn't deal with him, especially when he had escaped from the hands of Pantheon Venerate. It had been an extremely miserable battle. In fact, it couldn't even be considered battle, it was just an escape. And now, this resentment was viciously vented. Unlike Yi Shiwen, who was venting his anger, Pantheon was getting more and more frightened as the battle went on. His martial power was more profound than Yi Shiwen's. However, it was very difficult for him to break through Yi Shiwen's defense. Therefore, Yi Shiwen could attack with all his strength. However, he couldn't allow Yi Shiwen's attacks to hit his hands. If this battle were to continue like this, there would be no clear victor for millions of years. He jumped out of the battle and shouted, "Revered Wu, we can't decide the winner of this battle. Why don't we just call it a day? A bit of unwillingness flashed in the eyes of Pan Tian 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 Tian. He wanted to take Yi Shiwen's head to appease that person. However, it seemed impossible now. The difference in their current combat power was similar. It was difficult to determine who was superior. Even if he was unwilling, he could only give up. Is a battle that you can start and end whenever you want.